I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Hello, I'm David Sponheim. Welcome to Freedom Friday. Yeah, we are the home of the $1 billion container fence idea, stretching across the beautiful border with Mexico. I certainly think we can do it, and we can make it happen within 1 year. It shouldn't be too expensive either. And I never understood why Donald Trump put a price tag of $5.7 billion on it when he must have known that Nancy Pelosi would never agree, and she obviously won in that deal. Trump proved to be a flip-flopper yet again. But now more and more accusations from Michael Cohen are becoming more obvious that Donald Trump was lying. And now we're finding, proof in the check that Michael Cohen got a written check from Trump to give to Michael Cohen to pay him back for the Stormy Daniels hush money. And Donald Trump has never openly said what Bill Clinton said. I never had sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. He never said that about Stormy Daniels. I mean, he could at least do a little conference from the Oval Office. I never had sex with Stormy Daniels. Well, I actually had sex one night with, something like that. But not even a word from this adulterer. How do you like that? Boy, you Republicans must be rolling in your religious blankets, wondering why you've got an adulterer, an unrepentant adulterer as your president. Oh, that's right. You think you're going to stack the Supreme Court with enough judges to overturn Roe v. Wade, so you don't want to say anything about his adultery. I get it. Yeah, well, we're tracking a lot of things right now. Not really, Ryan. My focus on Washington, D.C. doesn't blind me to the common issues facing America. This border fence is part of what we need to do. CPAC had a big thing where they're talking about the border idea, and they're obviously supporting the border wall, which Trump obviously stole from me when I had the 1,000-mile fence 6 years before he started talking about it. A lot of things that need to be talked about, but I don't think the conservatives even have brought up the population increase down in the south of America and Mexico. 31% population increase per year in those areas. And a recent study just found out that every immigrant that comes into this country brings in 3.5 other immigrants to come in after them. So they're seeding their families in this area. So that's why we need the fence. And I'm sorry you Democrats don't understand it. Beto O'Rourke wants to get rid of all the fencing we have right now, which is like completely mindless. But whatever. We're expecting more mindlessness from the Democrats. But they are trying to do something right. The House Oversight Committee issues an ultimatum to White House over security clearance of Jared Kushner. Now, I'm really good at tracking the news, and I was the one that reported that Jared Kushner had been outed by the NSA as having tried to open up communications with the Kremlin, secret communications with the Kremlin, before the actual election. This is very weird, but this is a guy who should never have been given security clearance after H.R. McMaster pulled it. And Donald Trump says that he didn't do it, but now Trump ordered officials to give Jared Kushner a security clearance. So Donald Trump caught in a direct lie right in front of your eyes. He said he didn't do it. He didn't try to get Jared in, and now he's caught right in a lie. Donald Trump can't even remember what he said last year. He's starting to, completely lose his memory on which lie is leading in the news right now. He should get a lie list, like a flip cards of all the lies he puts out and keep track of them. And, I've got to find out what lie I said last month. Okay, this one. This would be great. Rotten Tomatoes was shut down their comments because people raged about Brie Larson's hating on white males. Thanks for telling me. I haven't tracked the Brie Larson sexist, racist comments, but I'm sure that's something we could talk about tonight. All right. I think Beto is going to run because he married the daughter of a billionaire. So this guy is all about opportunity. So I don't think he's not going to run. And he thinks he's likable because he seems to, smile and look happy and jovial, even though he supports gun control in Texas. You'd have to have your head up your entire butt if you want to support gun control in Texas. I mean, Texas has got more guns than any other state in the union, and I'm not going to take guns away. So I'm strong on your Second Amendment rights to bear arms. Don't ever think that I'm ever going to put that on the table. We got too many bigger problems to deal with besides gun control, and these Democrats keep pushing gun control. All right. Of course, Donald Trump reeling on the Otto Warmbier comments. Of course, I hold North Korea responsible. He actually said he believed Kim Jong-un when they said that they didn't do anything to hurt Otto Warmbier. And in fact, he came here with no physical trauma, but a brain that was fried. So it's possibly a case of electrocution. That's what somebody over at iBlog said. I think Real Magoo, did you say that? Possible electrocution. Otto Warmbier must have been ordered to be electrocuted by Kim Jong-un. He does it to everybody else. This is a man who killed 350 people in cold blood, Kim Jong-un. The lie database, yeah. Again, a radical feminist who said that there's too many white males in the movie Captain Marvel, I take that very personally. I mean, what Don Lemon is saying is very racist against white people. I'm upset, but again, they have freedom of speech. They can say whatever they want. So why are you sending me this? This is your the way you look at the show through your application terminal, Ghost. Kim Jong-un got to meet Dennis Rodman and Donald Trump. Yep. Well, he's not. Chef Gordon Ramsay. Hey, man. My God, man. Pull yourself together. Piss off. The risotto is mushy. It's raw. Chef Gordon Ramsay making an appearance. Kim Jong-un got to meet Dennis Rodman, but you know something? He didn't get his 900,000 bottles of vodka. The Russians did a real weird thing on Kim Jong-un. They invited him again to meet Trump because they want to patch this thing up between them, make it look good for the Russians, Mr. Trump must look good to American press, like he's making big headway with North Korean leader. Let's have him greet again to show big progress. So Lavrov, the minister, went over there and offered Kim Jong-un 900,000 bottles of vodka, and then turned around and called the cops after North Korea got there, and they seized every bottle and brought it back to the manufacturer. I'm telling you, these Russians cannot be trusted. So why would Donald Trump believe everything Putin tells him, and why would Donald Trump believe everything Kim Jong-un tells him? Because Donald Trump is clearly not all there. I think Ann Coulter is becoming more right every single day. And I'm glad the Republicans are fighting back and trying to get their party in line with the future, because you're not going to be able to survive if you keep clinging to this ancient, mistaken, corrupt Russian oligarch named Donald Trump. I mean, how long can your party survive if you cling to that BS? We're going to kick Russia out of this country one way or another. And if it's a third party, it's going to be a third party. You name it. Whatever it takes. Do you agree?
Why not?
Thank you. Okay, everyone's good. We got the Trump tax records coming up. Ocasio is still trying to prove to everyone that she's not a dunce, even though she appears to be, and everything she says is stupid. So hopefully she'll, win over a few people and at least salvage her identity crisis, because she's clearly not happy with being called a dunce. Isn't that right, Hillary? You put her into play, didn't you? I know. Yep. Yeah, Hillary knew that Chelsea didn't want to run, so she had to find somebody who looked just like, well, a Spanish woman with a nice name, Cortez. Yeah. Well, that's your problem. 900,000 bottles of vodka are not arriving North Korea, and Kim Jong-un is pissed off. Yeah, I would want to be on his team of people running to meet the world leader. Did you see that guy racing like it was his life depended on it when he was at the meeting? A totally unnecessary meeting with Donald Trump. That was something. Yeah, so Ocasio, Cortez, and Eva Abadan are the same person, and I just showed people in their pre-show, and I just thought I'd bring this to your attention. Oh, yes. Something's opening up. Yeah, it's not exactly the best picture, but I'm looking at alternative pictures here, and yeah, I have a better picture of this. I'll show it to you later, but yeah, right now, whoop. It's all, you never know if you're going to get, some sort of a weird picture when you click on the internet. That's interesting, because I just did a search for the same thing just now. And now the pictures are not coming up. Now they're coming up. Okay, great. Yeah, so we did a facial comparison between these two faces, and it is a match. I showed everybody in the room. It is a match. I rotated the face and everything. It is a 100% match. So Eva is this woman, and with a proper lighting would look exactly like Ocasio. Eva stopped chatting or stopped tweeting in 2015. She never had another tweet right when Ocasio came on the scene. So this looks pretty fishy to me. And until I see these two women lined up together, I don't believe it. No, it's the same everything. I've done a lot of analysis. I'd have to twist her face a little bit to get the exact dimensions of the nose, but it's a match on the nose too. All right, so we'll see what happens with that if they can get his tax returns. Meanwhile, we do need a fence. We do. Well, I mean, I tweet all the time, but it seems like tweeting is controlled, and what happens on Twitter stays on Twitter. But if you're being shadow banned, you can be tweeting and not even know nobody can see your tweets. Shadow banning is something the Project Veritas actually got Twitter executives to admit. Yeah, she's got a nice Adam's apple too. Yeah, very nice. I don't think she's a transgender. That's a stretch. Cortez has no vernal cortex. She's unable to think very clearly. The complete blunder in the Amazon deal, claiming that she's going to use that $3 billion for people like hospitals and helpless people and homeless people. The woman didn't understand what a tax incentive was. She thought it was money in her pocket. And that's the stupidest thing anyone could do. And how can Ocasio-Cortez have a degree in economics from the University of Boston University? I don't get that. I don't believe she's even Ocasio. Whoopee! We're on our way to nuclear war, everybody. Yeah, and that's something. Look at that. So Donald Trump didn't want to get rid of any nuclear weapons. He didn't even talk about any arms reductions. He just said that, I'm not happy with the deal. We never even knew what the deal was. They didn't even have any prep work. Pompeo kind of winged it. Oh, yes, Mr. Trump, I'm going to take care of this for you, Mr. Trump. Whatever I can do for you, Mr. Trump. Yeah, she got a degree in home economics. I don't know. I just don't believe she has a degree in economics if she made a blunder like that. She graduated from Costco Free Sample University, where you can learn to get free samples at Costco and not look like a bag person. I was telling people about that. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? I was telling people that if you're really strapped for money, have one of your relatives buy you a Costco gift card. This is a guaranteed way to survive in this upcoming battle to eat free samples. You get the $10 gift card. That'll get you in the door, and you don't have to use it. Just go in every time, get your free samples, show your Costco gift card. And that is ostensibly your membership card. I don't think there's a law against it. But if you are suffering, you probably park in the parking lot and sleep. But they'd probably kick you out after a certain time. Well, not at every Costco. Some Costcos have samples every day. Yeah, it depends on what kind of an area you're living in. Now, there are people living in their homes, in their cars now, in cities like Los Angeles and Chicago, and they're getting kicked out, Denver booted, and charged with crimes. That's something I would not let happen. I would make it impossible. I would pass a presidential decree saying you cannot kick somebody out of their car and Denver boot their car and repossess it if they're living in it on the street in America. Because there's going to be a lot of people living on the street in their cars, and I don't want people to suffer. And I can't think of a safer place for them to be than not tents in the street at Skid Row. That's ridiculous. Oprah wants to know who allegedly helped Michael Jackson sexually abuse children. Oh, so now she cares about people like Jackson and Harvey Weinstein? Now she's acting like she cares. Oh, well, this is funny. Oh, wow, that Weight Watchers program really is working. Not. Look at that. Holy moly, what has she become? I can't even describe that. Is this woman in a muumuu or what? The upcoming documentary Leaving Neverland, Wade Robson and James Safechuck go into devastating detail about the sexual abuse they say they experienced at the hands of Michael Jackson when they were children. Well, I'm not trying to fat shame anybody here, honestly, guys. If you're like Oprah, sporting an extra 60 unwanted calories, pounds, hey, I'm overweight too. I'll admit, if you stand up next to me, I think I could probably show her a belly or two. Sorry, people who are overweight. I too am overweight. I'm 3 ounces overweight. I'm going to have to go on a diet tonight. She looks good, girl. That's the way I like my ladies. I'm not going to fat shame her. No, she looks nice. Holy moly. She's working out. She's got this upper thing going on. That's got to be a major workout schedule. Look at how she's building her abs. She's starting to look like Michelle Obama, I'm telling you. Or she's got one amazing corset. So she's trying to become concerned again about people. Yeah, she thinks that attacking Michael Jackson's a little easier than attacking Harvey Weinstein. Well, that's showing y'all not supporting y'all colored folk. You need to stop doing that. Start realizing Michael has no evidence against him yet. And he is suing, by the way. Michael Jackson, he's still suing. I mean, faking his death didn't last too long. It hasn't been official yet, but videos are popping up. I showed you this the other night if you haven't seen it. Michael Jackson is out and he's doing it, man. He's still doing it. He faked his death. It's not illegal to fake your death, just so you know.
I like your MySpace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother. Never leave when I'm alone. Walk with me till I get home. Some people say they cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger. But what is normal? Is it a bird? A silent creature that can be heard? Stick with me through black and blue. You'll see my colors big and true. But if you don't, then you're not you. A splash of light in heaven's dew. Do you feel the crunch of autumn leaves? Do you...
Okay, see the net? That's the net. They put the net over his head. See that? So by being inside the net, he is able to, be Michael Jackson. It covers him. It's like a mosquito net, but it's really dark. It's black chiffon. Yeah, you're traveling through another dimension. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Michael Jackson zone. One Michael Jackson, coming out the grave, trying to defend his honor. It's obvious that somebody is filing a $100 million lawsuit against the makers of Leaving Neverland. They're saying that there's proof Tupac is alive. I believe it, Jessica. No, Ryan, we're not suppressing 9/11 truth. Yeah, I heard the researcher who looked for 9/11 flight attendant Betty Ong's high school yearbook, and they didn't exist. Yep. And I hope that researcher's got a bodyguard, because they could be in trouble. Anybody who investigates 9/11 is bound to be terminated by the CIA. You know that. I'm never suppressing the 9/11 truth. We have a show every Tuesday called 9/11 Truth. The Truth Tuesday show. Yeah. No cams, no jacket. We lost our pro account. Nobody gifted it to us, so we're kind of stuck without the cams. But that's okay. I don't mind. Cams are fun. I get to see your faces, and I know who you are. It's all good. If somebody gifts us a pro account, we'll get cams back. And they are going to offer 5 pro accounts if we get enough people in our room at this dinky network. California's San Bernardino County slams the brakes on big solar projects. Wow. They're getting tired of all this potential solar energy that they could benefit from. The largest county in California has banned the construction of large solar and wind farms on more than 1 million acres of private land, bending to the will of residents who say they don't want renewable energy projects industrializing their rural desert communities northeast of Los Angeles. Yep. Well, companies they passed a bill requiring utility companies to get 60% of electricity from renewable resources by 2030. This kind of puts the kibosh in their plan. Yeah. Yep. And our local governor, Jay Inslee in Washington, who I yelled at on the phone one day, he's running for president. And I tell you who he is, but why not? I'll tell you who he is. He's the guy who can't manage the budget of Washington State. He's the guy who can't seem to pull it together. He's overspent dramatically every single year and continues to put Washington State in the red zone financially. So his whole trip is he's constantly pushing cap and trade, which, as you know, I'm against because I think we should innovate. And I think it's sad that he hasn't had dermal abrasion therapy or anything to kind of get rid of that rough skin around his face. It's tough not looking good at your age, Jay. I wonder how old Jay Inslee is. Let's see what his age is. Yeah. 68. Well, good for you, man. He's 10 years older than me. I unbanned you last night, yes. But you have to behave yourself because some people think you're a tranny. They think you're a dude pretending to be a female who lies all the time. Sarah's fine, but you're implying something was wrong with her was very inappropriate. You're lucky to be in the chat room. Trump is taking my ideas by watching our show. He's been watching our show since 2012. We used to do a show on Ustream, and he actually came into our show and recorded the sessions of Trump talking to us. And he had Donald Trump as his name. And it turned out he absolutely didn't He didn't skip a beat. He copied our ideas to the letter. He talked about an ocean dome to talk about our ocean pipeline idea, which we've had since 2005. He actually brought up the blimp plane on April 1st. Thought it was a joke. He followed my advice on getting out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but unfortunately he didn't open up a good relationship with China. He's turned on China. I wouldn't behave this way towards China that he's doing. And the ocean pipeline idea, he called an ocean dome. He said, "Oh, I created an ocean dome I'm working on." And of course, we never heard that again. That was the end of it. This is a desalination system that could easily desalinate water around the globe for pennies on the dollar. We can make it to produce anywhere from 3 to 10 gallons a day out of this 11 by 7 foot container. And linking these together, we can create as much as 50,000 gallons a day for Vegas if we ran a line from LA to Vegas. Lots of potential, no fossil fuel involved. Big plus for America. So he used that idea for a short while. He used our mobile medical unit idea, claiming it was his idea. This is another concept. It was my original intellectual property of using mobile medical units to solve our healthcare crisis. This is the MMU Rapid Response Unit. He was using this idea and then completely bailed on it during the election. Right after the election, he never mentioned it again. We can do RO in the pipeline domes. Yeah, all you need with RO is water and lift. In fact, that's one of the ways we could get 10 gallons out of the ocean pipelines. RO is a wonderful way, and we can use RO systems and bring lift in with solar water pumps inside the domes. And we can go from dome to dome with solar water pumps that power up right off the sun. And when they're not moving, the domes are still desalinating. Every single day, 24 hours a day, the domes are desalinating. They're basically humidifying and dehumidifying. Evaporation, and then the evaporation of the fresh water collects on the inside of the dome, and then we create pure water. And we restore that in the receptacles of the dewdrops that fall down from the dome. But luckily we don't have to worry about that right now, because we have to build a political movement before we can do good things and good ideas. And if we don't build this political movement, we'll never be able to make any of these things come to fruition. So where am I politically? I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. I am both fiscally conservative, unlike Jay Inslee, who wants to spend and tax and spend and charge you taxes for carbon point legislation. I want to save you money on your taxes and get the government to reapportion funds in a different direction for opportunity for Americans to get jobs and to do the right thing. I'm supporting all your rights to bear arms and your free speech laws. I support the Constitution. I'm very much a constitutionalist in that respect. I won't in any way violate your Second Amendment laws. I won't put gun control on the table. We won't even talk about it. In fact, the Democrats can go stick that back in their little case of stupid ideas. My theory on gun control is that why would we get rid of guns when we all need to be the last line of defense for our nation? If we were to be attacked by another country, it's very simple. We wouldn't want any of you to be unarmed. We would want all of you to be the last line of defense for our nation. That alone makes you rethink your theories. And plus, guns don't kill people as much as hammers do. More deaths and murders occur from hammers than guns. So we have to put this in perspective. And a lot more deaths happen from hospital infections, like staph infections. 250,000 people die a year from staph infections. 10 times more than the gun deaths in this country. I don't know. MC Hammer is a guy who revived his career. And I don't think he was killed, no. MC Hammer's pulled his career back up to 1.5 million net worth. He was nearly broke for a while. Remember when Hammer Time came back? And he produced an incredible Western song. He started making country music. He brought a whole bunch of country music musicians together, and he brought his net worth back up. And yeah, I think that was him. It wasn't Lionel Richie. It might have been Lionel Richie, come to think about it. But MC Hammer is always, he was great. He was in the Navy, really? Okay, we got a story from Politico here. We do take on cutting-edge information that you won't find in the mainstream media. So if there are some subjects you can't talk about at any other network or in any other chat room, feel free to bring them up. I mean, except for the flat Earth and the hollow hoax. We don't talk about ridiculous hollow hoax theories or flat Earth theories here. Trump campaign pushes government intervention on 5G. So Trump is behind the 5G network. The thing is about assault rifles, you can't tell what an assault rifle is. We won't hurt anybody at the border, no. But we will not be able to tell what an assault rifle is. The Democrats don't have any idea what an assault rifle is. So every gun owner in America is going to be suspicious of what's happening with their weapons. They don't want to. We can't even go down this road. When Bill Clinton's assault weapons ban expired, I even talked about bringing it back in 2009, and then I talked to a lot of people who are gun rights supporters, and they convinced me that I shouldn't even bother with it. They explained all the different ways in which it could be cheated. People could have assault weapons and still have... In fact, the Democrats could claim that your .22 rifle with a scope is an assault weapon, and your kid can't even go target practicing. I mean, it's ridiculous. Your dad bought an AK-47 for $140 in 1992. Yeah, you can still buy AK-47s in America, AR-15s. That's the thing. Donald Trump doesn't even know that AR-15s can be purchased at local gun stores. He actually turned to Dianne Feinstein, and she actually said that they can be bought at regular gun stores. He thought that only illegal gun sales are happening with AR-15s. That's how out of it he is. But here he is, out of it about the 5G network, and they're pushing government intervention. The campaign pushes government intervention on 5G. He's backing a plan for the wireless industry fears would impose a heavy government hand over America's communications future. Not to, in no way to make it safer for humans, because it's clearly unsafe for humans, but rather to profit from it. I like house music over techno, Joe. But I still like hip-hop. I'm a big hip-hop supporter. All right. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David.
Okay. Nice. Trump campaign is now fully embracing the model in a bid to woo rural voters who have long lacked decent internet service because wireless companies don't have a financial incentive to offer affordable broadband to all Americans, including those outside the big cities. Hello. Why don't we just beef up the Hughes network? HughesNet could be so much better if the government would allocate that bandwidth that they acquired when they converted our analog TV to digital TV. There's a huge amount of military bandwidth that could be used by HughesNet to give people internet connections out in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not sure why we aren't just exploring that, but building new 5G networks doesn't, in my mind, jive with safety for humans. We have to test these on humans first. Safety first before we launch into something as big as this.
Okay. Any volunteers?
Yeah. No one wants to be tested on the 5G network. Don't get my head near that thing. I don't want to be near it.
I'm sure there's plenty of people that would volunteer, actually.
Well, there might be some people who don't realize that there's a direct connection between radio frequencies and brain cancer. So it would be one of those things that nobody really wants to take that chance.
I guess you don't. Well, you don't want to ask people who already have brain cancer to volunteer.
That won't help. We need a variable of people, a control group of people that don't have brain cancer to test out the 5G network. And I think there's some rats that would probably offer their ability. Huawei can lead in 5G all through Europe and Asia for all I care. Like I said, I don't think we need to be the leader in 5G. But Sarah...
Yeah, they tested in other countries is what David's just saying. He's like, go ahead. Other countries, run with it.
No, I'm not.
Then we'll see if it's safe.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say that. I would never say that. In fact, I'm one of those people that wants to have these scans checked. These scans are not safe. These rapid scanners they give you at the airport, they're not safe. So that's something I'm concerned about.
Hello, beautiful cat Fluffy.
But there's a guy that I met over at a convention in Sacramento that was a real zealot. And he's talking about it now as though it's a big thing that we should all embrace the 5G network. Let me just play you a clip from Tom Wheeler, our FCC chairman.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
Okay, we're up and running. I'm going to get Sarah a little tea to drink. I'll warm up your spiced tea from yesterday and put a little honey in it.
Okay.
Sarah's going to give you a little break while I make some dinner, everybody. She's here to talk to you about whatever you want. Life, yeah.
I would love to do this exercise. I've been doing it like 2 or 3 times in the last few days. And it's a cool little exercise that I'd love for you to play along. It's called the Innovator's Compass. And you can, if you're on Twitter, you can do the, I'm going to take this off and actually do a little, sorry, David. I'm going to do a little bit of the Innovator's Compass, and I'm actually also going to be tweeting this while I do it live, or should I do this tomorrow? Maybe I'll wait and do it tomorrow, because I've already done it twice today. What do you think? Do it now? Do it now? I've gotten you hooked. Yes. All right. Let's do it live. All right. And I'll do a little bit of I'll do it today and tomorrow, and then we'll see if there's differences. Yes, Twitter. Why not? No? Yes? No? Okay, no. Do it every day for the next year. It's like mind-blowing. All right. Yes. All right, but no Twitter. All right, you can tweet hashtag Innovators Compass, and then maybe get some people that do it. So it's actually, to make sure I credit sources, this was brought out by a person named Ella. I want to think of her last name. Ruban. I'll get it to you tomorrow. And Ben Yes, that's it. Ben and the new word UR. Ben I think that's right. Anyway, you all need a piece of paper. Go get a piece of paper and a pen. I'll wait for you. Give me like a little thumbs up or just a 1 in the chat once you get your paper and pen. Okay? Just need a blank piece of paper. It can be, oh, I'm so sorry, Ticken. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm doing a little Innovator's Compass activity. All right, I'm going to do it really tiny on a little sticky note, but I would prefer, you should probably do like a regular size piece of paper. That would be good. All right, so your first thing you're going to do is you're going to fold your paper into fourths. Number 2, not anything to write with. Yeah, so number 2 pencil will work. You're going to fold your paper into fourths. You actually need a lot more paper than this. Like a sticky note is not a good thing. So I'm going to use like 5 sticky notes instead. I should use 5 sticky notes. All right. It's not real. It's not magic, but I feel magical when I do it. All right. Ready? All right. So in the center of your paper, you need a circle, and you need it big enough because you're going to be writing things inside this circle. Oh, I need to pull up something. Timer. And if you want to like put it in the room, that's fine, because I know, but this is actually like a quiet activity, and which I know doesn't go well with online live shows, but we're just going to do it anyway. And what's going to happen is I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and these questions are going to focus you in on your goals, on your hopes, on your dreams, and what's important to you. And I'm going to give you limited time to do this. This is not trivia, but I'm going to reset. I'm going to give you some limited time to do this because I don't want your brain to like be like, but I don't know if I should put that, and Anyway, I want you to write down the first thing that comes to your mind. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. I want you to write down the first thing that comes to your mind. It's best if you do it on paper, then try to like put it in the chat room for now. And then we'll go back and we'll do a debrief session where we do it in the chat room and we get to know each other. All right. You didn't upset me, Daryl VJ. You're good. For your first question, these answers go in the center circle. You don't want sticky note. I really should go get like a piece of paper for this. It's not the secret. Can you give me a piece of regular like
White paper? Yeah, I've
paper?
got some down here.
All right, good. Even better, I got a piece of paper. I'm giving you time to get your paper together too.
Oh yeah, they're all.
It's not mind control, but it's yeah, no. Very excited that you think it would be something like that. Like I have the ability to control your mind. I think you have the ability to control your own mind. All right, thank you, David. You are awesome.
Thanks.
Okay, regular 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. That's the size you want. And again, it's called Innovator's Compass. This little activity I'm doing with you. Fold your paper into fourths. I'm not tricking you. This is not a trick. Once I learn some magic, then I might be able to trick you or just learn more science. Maybe, yeah. Ooh, I know what I want to study is, I want to study, it's called perceptual psychology. Thank you, Jason Latimer. All right. You're playing along? Just one time, you're going to get hooked. All right. So you got your circle. Why do I have this pen? It's like weird, but that's okay. All right. First question is going to go right in the circle. That's it. All right. And I'm only going to give you a minute to fill it in. I should give you a minute, 30 seconds, but I did it with a minute, 30 seconds. I did it one day and it just was too much time. All right. First question. Ready, set. Who do you serve both personally and professionally? Who do you serve? Yeah. Okay, I'm writing this down. I'm writing my ideas down. I hope you are writing other ones down. Well, and it's not like, who's your master? It's more like, who do you help out? Who do you, who do you help out? Yeah. Who do you take care of? Okay. Oh, okay. Time's up. All right. Hope you got some things. It's kind of like interesting. My every single time I've done this, it's come out a little bit different. Hello, Yves. Makona. What? Hello, Makona and Yves. All right. You're in here. You're participating in my little innovators mindset. Little section. So who do you serve goes in the center, and then where we're going to go next in here is actually like down here, and actually there's this little emoticon I should play to for you, but anyway, the next question is going to go right down here. That's where you're going to answer it, in that corner. And the question is, let me think about this. What is your current reality? Somebody said, what's happening with you? What's your current reality? Describe it both personally and professionally. What's your current reality? Oh, okay. I never even wrote this thing down. So this one for me is like really right there. All right. I should play a little music when we're doing this. Okay, that's it. All right. Where do you on the? I guess it doesn't really. Don't worry about where you put the answer, but really that one was supposed to go right down there. All right, that was. But if you want to, if you do put it somewhere else, just put the question. It was like current reality. All right. So what is your current reality? Then we're going to go in a circle this way, like a clock. So up here in this corner, between 9. Well, for me, it's between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock is going to be a new question. And this question is, I'm just thinking because I was doing this one and then I was like upper left corner, and I might have to Google what this question is. Oh, I got it. Upper left corner, here's the question. How do you know that you had a fantastic day? How do you know that you rocked the day? Like what at the end of the day you're thinking and you're like, I did so fantastic today. What are the things that you did that made it such a fantastic day? When you had a fantastic day, I'm not saying you did today, but when you do, what are the things that make you feel like I got this? Yeah, what are the things that you did that make you realize like I had a good day at the end of the day? This one seems to stay the same for me. I've done this a few times, and this is the one quadrant that says it stays the same. All right, time's up for that one. All right, our next one's going to go in the top right. So over here. And this is, the question is, the question is, wait. Oh, I just had it, but I'm still on like rocked the day is in my mind because I'm doing this with you. Usually, I guess it would be better if I just had you answer the questions and was staring at you. But, all right, the question is, if you could do anything in the world, like there was no limits, there's no time limit, there's no money limit. If you could do anything, what would it be? What are your big dreams? What are your hopes? That's basically it. Big dreams, hopes. If you could do anything, what would it do? And it can be more than one thing, but what's your like big idea, your big goals? Not just one, but it could be more than one. And then okay. Okay, stop beeping at me. I know. All right. Now, the last one before I do this, this is kind of totally different because I've never done this in like a chat room. I've just done this like one-on-one with someone, and then I've done it like where, mainly, and then I did it where I was facilitating a one-on-one. So the last one we're going to wait on, and we're going to talk a little bit. We're going to debrief about these first 4 questions, get to know each other a little bit better, and then I'll talk to you about the last one. I didn't have dinner yet, Canadian, but I'm sure I will have a good dinner. David's making it right now. Okay, so I'll share. So we're going to start in the circle again. And if you'd like, you can share with us so we get to know you a little bit more. But if you don't want to share, that's fine too. These are good questions that you can do on your own even. And it's a really great reflective practice, which I have discovered is one of my rock the day ones, but I'll get there. All right, so first one is, and then I might say out loud some of the things that you type in the chat room. So the first question, of course, was, who do you serve? Who do you serve? And in the past, I'm a teacher, so I started, when I did this the first time, I was I serve my students and staff and fellow colleagues and friends and family, but now I put future generations. That's really who I serve. I serve the future. And then I added the word generations. I serve the earth, making the earth a better place. I serve David in some ways, helping him, and being on the show is part of my helping David, serving him. I know a lot of people say they serve God, and that's part of, I'm sure that's part of it. I do serve my students, my colleagues, my friends, my family. So that's who I serve. No, Dave, no, that's not right, Daryl VJ. I sound like AOC? All right. Who do you serve? Eric Beerson put, I'm myself. Is that part of it? Some people, you can serve yourself. I Love Fries serves America's third party. Max Out Credit serves my disability. I have says, I serve the chat room. I am here. I'm serving here. I'm, that's one of the things I'm doing. Child Genius, Saturday, March 2nd, UK time, Channel 4. If you could get the channel somehow, David could play along. Child Genius. Is it every Saturday? Or is it just March 2nd? Oh, Bob has served the homeless at the soup kitchen. Nice. All right, Jacket Pockets, yeah. I'll get to the mirror thing later, Acid. All right. David serves dinner. Yeah, exactly. It's the final. It's been on a while now. It's called Child Genius. Okay, maybe maybe you can do some research on a streaming site for it, and we'll see if it gets streamed in the UK, because sometimes they don't stream over here. Hopefully, maybe even if we can't watch it live, we can watch it later. David serves the chat room. The future too. All right, moving on to the next. Oh, Bob has served in the military for many years, 6 years. Yeah, that's definitely a service. Thank you. I think, public servants really should be serving. I Love Fries for Social Security is not a trust fund. It is different. All right, next question was, what is your current reality? What is your current reality? So I teach, I'm a teacher. And then I'm also, I hadn't written this. I've done this a couple different times and I didn't put this on there before, but I'm a vlog show host, very immediate. But, for at least an hour a night, I'm a vlog show host. Thanks, Push and Toe. My current reality, I have these big, huge ideas and I tend to grab onto things and be like, oh, I want to do so much. But my current reality is I have a long to-do list. It just seems to grow. It doesn't seem to get any shorter. I have a very long to-do list. And I have a lot of different plates that I feel like I'm spinning right now. That's my current reality. What about you guys? What's your current reality that you're willing to share? Maxed Out Credit says, save your pennies as you never know when time is up. That's actually one of my current realities too. I'm meeting with a financial person tomorrow to try to figure out how to save my pennies better. Oh, you saved Trump at a rally? Wow, nice. You stumbled a shooter? Wow. And saved candidate Trump. Wow, Bob, amazing. Hello, Misanthropy, don't you like it? I was Laurel Ingalls Wilder. I didn't have if I just had a straight coat hanger, then I could have been Pippi. But I was Laura Ingalls Wilder today, because tomorrow's Dr. Seuss's day, so today we celebrated Read Across America in our school. Okay, True Blues, Current Reality, coming to ATP and join David and Sarah's channel. I agree with that. Maxed Out Credit tries to get better every day and perform a ritual of gratitude. I like that too. Wow, the funny thing, your wife knew it was you that saved the candidate before you even got home? Wow. Nice. Well, it's his birthday. Dr. Seuss was born, I think that's right. Let me see. Dr. Seuss. Yeah, his birthday is March 2nd. So you don't change your birthday just because. And we always have school on Dr. Seuss's, like when it's normally Dr. Seuss's birthday, we still have school, but a lot of us do extra reading things. Like today I read the Lorax to kids, and it really was very good for me because my current reality is sometimes I want to have like a lot of money. Well, actually, the current reality is I decided to read the book by Napoleon Hill called Think and Grow Rich, and that just kind of messes with your head a little bit with like, with money. And then I had this big conversation with David about money. And anyway, then I read the Lorax. And it was pretty interesting because when I read the Lorax, it was all about how, like, this person came, what was it? The Onceler came in and, like, cut down trees, right? And cut down all these trees. And it just... I love that, Maxed Out Credit. Live your day like it's your last. The best thing ever. Thank you so much. But they cut down all these trees, and then in order to make things, to make a profit, to grow bigger and bigger and bigger and get lots of money, and the cost of all of that business was basically a destroyed environment. And I realized, like, yes, I could have lots of money, but is that really what I want? I mean, I love the earth, I love the planet, and I don't necessarily want to, I don't want to destroy the earth. I do want to do things. I'll get to my big dreams in a second. All right. How do you know you rocked the day? That was the next one. How do you know you rocked the day? It was awesome. I rocked it. I will say sometimes, I should add this one. I didn't. Productive plus extra to-do list. Ha ha ha, Sarah. Pretty funny. All right. I know I rocked the day when I learned new things. So there's something new that I learned. I'm like, yeah, score. I learned something today. I also feel like I rock the day if I can help somebody with something. I like to help people, so that makes me feel really good. The year before your stroke, you had 3,765K clear after taxes, like $3.7 million. Now you live on $1,344 a week. A week? Well, that's very good. Do my kids ever teach me? All the time. It's so cool. I teach, now it's second grade, and what's so cool about that is there's kids that, like, when they first started out the year, they're like, oh, they could barely read. And then there's the other kids that can read and they're like, I can learn so much. And they'll come up to me, did you know that boas constrictors, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, whoa, no, I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. I haven't read all those books. Keep reading. And so, yeah, actually they do teach me things because I haven't read everything. Awesome. 280. Yes, that's what I'm here for. When I inspire someone, that's it. And I should say connecting, helping, inspiring others. Ooh, I'm going to add that. All right. I love when people have smiles or they tell me I inspired them. I feel like I rock the day when I'm productive. But ironically, I just added, like, I also feel I rock the day when I add things to my to-do list. Like, my to-do list is always growing. Well, maybe, I don't know, but pretty funny. And then another thing, like, I like this that I'm doing with you, Innovators Compass, because thanks, Max out credit, is that I like to be reflective. I've had a journal for a really long time, but I don't, there's a lot of days that I don't write in my journal, but I really do like to be reflective. Okay. All right. Next one. Well, should I?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Continue.
Okay. The next one was, and then I'll leave you with a to-do list. All right. The next question was, what's your big dream? What's your big idea? If you could do anything, money was no object, time was no object, what would you do? What's your big dreams, hopes and dreams? So my big dream is to inspire wonder and curiosity worldwide. That would be my big hope and dream, for everybody to be like, ooh, what is that? And just that, I think that's what, when I first met you, I feel like I've gone through different times where I've been jaded and felt jaded, but one of the things that I wasn't, because I was like, I'm always like looking for new things. And when I feel wonder and I feel curious, I'm like, ooh, like it just makes me happy. So I want to inspire that worldwide.
Yeah.
I want to, another big goal I might have is I want to write a book. Actually, a series, probably 2 different books. Like, I want to write about my journeys. I like to journal, and I want to write. Maybe it shouldn't be a book. Maybe I should start with a blog. But I want to write about my journal. I want to write about my journeys. Like maybe even doing one about this show and how we got to where we are now. But
I'm writing a book just like that. I wrote a few pages today myself. So
okay, I'm going to
let my perspective and your perspective.
I'm going to let you write that book, because actually one of the books I want to write is about worms. Okay. And you all know how much I love my worms.
Yeah, you do. They're really helping.
I mean,
the garden needs more worms.
There's one thing I love more than my worms. David, but I do love my worms.
I beat the worms out.
I mean, that's why I have like,
worms are great.
I serve future generations. It's like who do I serve?
You can make soil with worms, really good quality soil.
It's amazing. And then the other thing I have is David worms, and then probably my students. But I really want to. Another thing that I want to do is have or help either myself created or help others create a complete curriculum that's competency based from young age, maybe not K, but like maybe 2nd grade through 12th grade. And there's a lot out there. So maybe it's like, but there's not one for 2nd grade. And I feel like because every child is different, but of course we have standards and we have things that we need kids to learn. But kids learn at different paces, and we don't need to be like, you better be on this question on this page because I said so, because I've got other things to teach. And if you don't get it, too bad, so sad, we're moving on. I would rather, so anyway, that's one of the things I want to accomplish.
Well, one person just said, Did you know that worms are not native to North America?
Yes, I do know that. And
I
there's
did not
many
know that.
different types of species of worms.
Oh, red
like
wigglers.
I tell my students, don't put an earthworm in my red wriggler bin because some worms eat other worms.
Right, and I've heard the cutter worms are really bad. Where
Yeah.
they literally eat up your vegetable garden. Cutter worms, they're big, thick ones. You don't want to have those. The thick ones are not good. The thin red wigglers are
The
the best.
little tiny red wrigglers are so tiny, but they can eat their body weight in a day. It's like they're amazing.
Well, you
All
got a
right.
couple of great books. You can definitely write about anything. And the idea of writing is, I did it when I was 18, 19.
It's like journaling. It's cathartic, you know.
It is. There was a book called At a Journal Workshop, and I read the book, and I did the journal workshop where you talk through your life's problems in books. And I have like 2 journals filled with stuff that I wrote when I was 18. And then I had the book on a journal workshop, and I took it on a road trip, and I lost it at a rest area. And so all my best work was at a rest area somewhere in
Somebody
Arizona.
has it.
In New Mexico, I think
yeah.
I lost it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 4 or 5 hearts. I don't know. Worms definitely have a lot of hearts. Ooh, like me, I have
That's
my
right.
name is Heart.
You got your heart.
All right, I'm going to leave you with one last we didn't fill in. Notice
Yeah.
there's a quadrant we didn't fill in. All right, so here's how you fill out this last quadrant. You put it's called the cannonball quadrant, and that is like, what is your next step? What are you willing to cannonball into and
I like that.
jump into? And you know that when you jump into do a cannonball, like sometimes you'll like face plant, sometimes you'll like land on your side, but you know, swim out, get out, and go and try again until you have like a really awesome cannonball. So right, one day, like 2 day, week, month, year.
Different cannonballs for
5
every
year.
day. For
These are basically your to-do list, your goal. What are you willing to do? So we had our big dreams, our big hopes. What are you going to do to help you move forward? And where do you want to be in a week? Where do you want to be in a month, a year, and in 5 years?
That's a good plan.
So this is
Today,
I've been
week,
doing this.
month, year, and 5-year plan, like the Russians had with a 5-year plan that didn't work out. But yeah, I think getting that on paper is really a good way to keep reminding you every day to work on those. Because if you don't keep doing the day-to-day, and like you would never have gotten through your master's in 15 months if you didn't really stick to it. And I saw her bear down on this after work. After doing our show, she's in there working diligently on her master's. She never would have done it without these great positive methods that she's using. Very true. Thank you.
All right. So I hope that helped you.
Yep. It did.
I it's all in what you want, Ghost. If you want to be a billionaire, I believe you will be a billionaire.
If you want to.
But
yeah.
maybe it's like, so I was telling them, David didn't hear me, but I was telling him I read the Lorax, which was really like, after our conversation this morning, it really like kind of spoke to me.
The Lorax.
Because the Lorax, it's by Dr. Seuss, and
yeah.
it's my one of my favorite books because it's environmental, but it's so much more. When I read it today, it was
Yeah.
like so much more, because it was about this onceler, that how things were once. He arrived in this land where it was like
Onceler.
trees and animals
Where it
were
should be, yeah.
working on the trees, and
Nature.
there's fish, and it was so beautiful. He's like, oh, this tree is so soft, this tuft is so soft
Yeah.
on this tree. And so he's like, I'm going to cut it down, and I'm going to make a thneed. And a thneed? What is a thneed?
A thneed. A thneed. You can't even say a thneed.
Yeah,
That's
and a
a weird
thneed
word.
can be like a sweater, a scarf, a hat, blah 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 blah, whatever
Yeah.
you can do with it.
He's gonna make a
and
thneed out
then
of
he
it.
made a thneed, and then when he cut down the tree, the Lorax arrived, and the Lorax is like, I speak for the trees, because the trees don't have mouths to speak. So I speak for the trees. What are you doing?
Don't cut the
down
trees down.
right?
Yeah.
And he's like, and what are you going to do? And he's like, as the Lorax was speaking, somebody came and bought the thneed.
Oh,
And so then that gave the onceler, like, I'm going to do this more.
make more
And then he
suck
ends
more
up, like-
resources out of the ground.
Yes, and then he comes out and, like, not just cuts down one tree at a time, he develops a super axe to cut down, like, 4 or 5 trees at a time,
And
which
then-
exists
yeah,
now.
Lorax must have been upset about that.
Yeah, and then the Lorax came and he's like, now all those animals, I speak for them. And you know what? I'm going to have to tell them they can't live here anymore. They're going to have to go somewhere else. And then it was like, there's the gloppity gloop glop and the sloppity slop and,
Oh, yeah.
and the leftovers from the Thneed manufacturing process.
Right, the
And
Sneed
he's like-
manufacturing
and
that
he's like,
widgets.
do you know what happens with all that stuff that the leftover product from your manufacturing?
Yeah.
Well, it's going into the rivers and the lakes, and I'm speaking for the fish. And I have to tell the fish to go away.
And you're also speaking for the worms too tonight.
And the birds and the worms.
I'm speaking
and
for the insects. I'm an insect
Yeah.
right advocate myself. So, but I see what Lorax was getting at, and I was speaking for the little people today when I was talking about the excesses of billionaires and how much money they have. And you know, Donald Trump has 6 billionaires in the White House, and you can't tell me those people with thousands of millions of dollars need to work. So there's something not right about putting billionaires in positions of such power. That's my point is, you know, we need more average people in administrative jobs as opposed to billionaires. Right now, Betsy DeVos is trying to pad her pockets with this school choice thing that she's developed.
Right,
Where-
because it's all about making school a monetary profit rather than, so it's making like, oh, then it'll be only the people who can afford to go to school will end up going to school rather than having it as an equalizer and trying to create equity.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I hope I inspired y'all.
Right. We're going to take care of that anytime you want. All right. Thank you very much. Your head hurts just listening. Yeah. It's hard for some people to understand what we're saying because they're drinking too much fluoride. Sarah and I don't drink fluoride.
Thanks.
So we have
Sarah.
a better chance of understanding what we're talking about. If you're drinking heavy amounts of fluoride, it is a neurotoxin. You may want to put it on your teeth, but rinse your mouth out because it is a neurotoxin. I hope everybody knows that.
Oh, that's cute, Misanthropy.
Thank you.
Inspiration.
Inspira. That's right. Inspiration.
Inspiration.
Well, dinner is on the stove. If you turn to the left in the pan, there's the fish with cheese on it, and you can have all that. And there's also potato, whatever. You pull whatever you want out.
Okay.
There's some shrimp in there if you want to fish around for them. And there's asparagus. I made
All right.
nice
Thank
asparagus
you guys
you.
for joining with me.
Thank
in
you,
that
Sarah.
little-
That was great. Yeah. Rest up. She's working all the time. She needs another break from her trip and her work job. You need to get a few hours of Z's in, and then more hours of Z's. Yeah, she's great. She was very inspired by the convention. I mean, the things that she learned and all the things that she went to. So she's learned a lot of new things recently. She's a good teacher. Yeah, the kids love her. The kids want to be in class when she's there. And I see kids like when we walk through Walmart or whatever, kids say, "Oh, hi, Miss," and she you can see kids light up around her. They just want to be around the greatest teacher in the world, right? I made the potato frittata with shrimp in it from last night. I reheated that, and then I made some side salmon, Pacific salmon, with cheddar cheese on it. I flip it and put it skin side down, and then cheddar cheese atop, with of course herbs and spices, and then I had some sprigs of beautiful salmon that were blanched on the stove. Yeah, it was great. Asparagus is in season right now. Yeah, the frittata turned out really well, and it looks exactly like it did yesterday. So I just wedging out of it like a big pizza pie, except it's got eggs in it. Oh, you had broiled salmon with onions? Yeah, that's a pretty light meal. I cooked up some onions and mushrooms the other day, and I was going to add an egg to it. And I said, it cooked really fast. And I said, I better stop. And I said, no, I'm going to have to eat these onions and mushrooms. And, without the egg, you save calories. So think about that. Eggs are great, though. I mean, I used 5 eggs in this frittata, and they were organic, non-GMO. I'm paying extra. We're paying extra for eggs now. I'm going the distance. I'm not going to take genetically modified food if I could avoid it. I'll eat genetically modified food when I go to restaurants. I'm not that fixated, but I avoid corn and wheat and GMO potatoes. I've been very careful about, not eating genetically modified food for the past 15 years. Well, actually 10 years. 5 years into it, I wasn't that cued in. I was still pouring some corn syrup on my tomato ketchup, had corn syrup in it. But now I get the no fructose corn syrup tomato ketchup, I think Trump's trip to Hanoi was a total waste. I wrote that in the chat last night, Ghost of Shannon. I think it was a pomp and circumstance, and I believe Russia put the whole thing together. Russia's signature was all over this. The 900,000 bottles of vodka that the foreign minister turned Kim Jong-un's people into, they actually apprehended the entire batch of vodka and went back to the supplier in Russia. It looked like Russia lured Kim Jong-un into the meeting with the 900,000 bottles of vodka. Then they turned him in. And while Kim Jong-un had already made his effort to go there, and he wasn't happy with anything. I think Trump never really put together a nuclear disarmament deal because Donald Trump, in case you haven't heard, has not said the word denuclearization. He can't say it. He can't pronounce it. He said, oh, that's a very big word. Oh, yes, very big word. It's being used a lot. Oh, yeah. He said that the other day. He has not pronounced on camera denuclearization. It's too hard of a word for him. Yeah, he's only working on a 4th, 5th grade reading level. Here's John Langhouse today. He was killed by Fresno police after confronting them with corruption in their ranks. Yeah, let's take a look. This was a serious story where a man was burned out of his house and he videotaped the actual killer outside of his house, and nobody has gone into and researched who this guy was. That's his house boarded up still. But he was a guy who was openly talking about Fresno police corruption, and they came down on him like a ton of bricks. He had spotted these cops sitting around just tagging people who were high-end drivers for minor tickets and speeding tickets. 900,000 bottles on the wall, no longer sent to North Korea, now on a boat back to Russia so the Russians can laugh. Hysteria. And there's got to be a song there somewhere. So anyway, this poor guy got burned out of his house. They say he was knifed and then his house burned down. And it was all because he was doing some research online and talked about Fresno cop corruption. And nobody ever found the guy who did it. I've got photographs of him, but I'm not going to show it to you right now. Yeah, he took videotape of the guy who killed him. And the police never even followed up on it. The police don't do their job, folks. We can thank the Republicans for finding out how useless the FBI is and how they culled Hillary's emails. Strzok pulled 30,000 emails down to 3,500. I'm sure there's emails out there on Benghazi that were completely overlooked. Strzok didn't even bring them up. We don't know. The pulse of the world watching is something nobody has any clue about. According to Fresno Alliance, Community Alliance, Fresno PD is the most dangerous police force in America? Question mark? Huh. I keep singing the new theme song for Mayberry RFID. Hey, welcome to Mayberry RFID, where you will get chipped and herd inoculated if you're not vaccinated, if you're part of the New World Order and the two-party system. But if you support America's third party, we won't let that happen. So get behind this place. We will stop America's from becoming RFID chipped. Police in Fresno are bad news. Yeah. An activist by the name of John Lang appeared to have recently been murdered. His death, part of a much larger pattern. Fresno Police Department is under investigation by many independent organizations. Lang seems to have predicted his own death for speaking out against the corruption of the Fresno Police Department. His possible murder is shrouded in mystery, drawing international recognition by the strongest hacker force to ever exist, Anonymous. Well, Anonymous targeting Fresno city representatives is almost like, yeah, sure. I don't believe Anonymous is anonymous. I think they're more likely a group of people supported by our government. When you realize that our American government can buy anything and anyone, they could easily pay off a hacker and give them everything they want. They just print money out of thin air so they can do whatever they want in America. Our government has been borrowing so much money they could easily just borrow money and buy companies left and right if they wanted to. Well, let's be clear. Yes, the Russians are trying to keep David Sponheim from being hurt. But the more he talks like Barack Obama, the more likely he'll be hurt. And I know Michelle, Barack Obama's transgender lover, we featured her in our pre-show. Yeah, we did a lot. Michelle Obama was featured in the pre-show. Here she is. Or here he is, I should say. Yeah, isn't that something? Look at that. Something else. That's Michael LaVaughn Robinson. Michael is Michelle. He had a transgender makeover when he joined Princeton. He left the Oregon State University in 1981 and went to Princeton and changed his gender. And I would love it if Michelle would come out of the closet and tell the world and own it, girl. I mean, dude, own it, man. Yeah, own the fact you're a tranny. We want to know. The American people are ready. So Michael, if you're listening, you go ahead and do that. That would be the best thing you could do. In fact, I'll bet you the American people who support transgenders, and I'm not a big supporter of LGBTQ, as you know, the people that support transgenders might just vote for Michelle as the first tranny president. Don't you think? Don't you think that would be a good idea for her to come finally clean? Or not use the word come clean. Okay, forget it. Let's talk about something else, Dave. Yeah, that just was bringing me down. I'd rather talk about how our country's controlled by Putin. It's such a rich subject we can draw from. Yeah, do you see the size of that man tool? I don't know what you're talking about. Mom's Facebook warning. Kissing baby led to herpes. Whoa. Folks, think about it. We are analyzing the news here, and UK mom Claire Henderson took to Facebook to warn other parents about an unlikely danger facing newborns. A simple kiss from a well-meaning visitor could mean herpes simplex virus. She says Brooke contracted herpes simplex, a version of the herpes virus transmitted orally. Her month-old daughter Brooke, with visible cold sores on her face and around her lips from some guy or some, Joe Biden kind of character. Ooh, what a wonderful kid. Yeah. That's scary. And a huge sea creature washed up the shores of California. That Fukushima radiation is really killing off the ocean. I guess when you see sea creatures that you haven't seen in 75 years wash up on the shores of Tripoli or the shores of California, take a look. Rare sea creature. Okay, this is a big thing. It'd be great if we had a better picture of it. Yeah. Well, they're not really generous with the pictures, are they? I hardly saw any photographs of this thing, but here it is. Yeah. A 7-foot, 215 centimeter sea creature that washed ashore in Southern California has been identified as a hoodwinker sunfish. Recently identified rare species thought to live in the Southern Hemisphere. So I guess the northern radiated waters are attracting these things and killing them off. Oh, the oceanographers were thrilled. They could just talk about this dead carcass without even looking into why it died. I don't see one article that talks as to why this creature died. No identifiable indicators as to why this creature died. They just talk about it washing up and how wonderful it is. And this person ended up with a large number of extremely clear photos, but how come we haven't seen them? Yeah, they post the 2 smallest photographs on Earth. Unbelievable. Still, I think we could talk more about the possibility that Putin is making the decisions here. The herpes spreader, an American dad who was running around kissing kids. Well, we've seen enough of that recently. Yeah, we got a whole compilation of Joe Biden kissing little kids. Now, Joe Biden said he was going to announce the run for the presidency. He hasn't yet. We're all waiting on him. But while you wait, watch this wonderful loop.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, baby, make me look better. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it.
Okay, now this is a case where he actually told the little girl some creepy stuff. Yeah, not only slide in there, he told that same girl that I played it earlier. It was horrendous. I'll play it for you again. Yeah, he told that same girl that, do you know how horny it made him feel standing next to a 13-year-old? That's what he said to her. And it's worth watching if you're thinking of voting for Joe Biden. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about the roadkill deal. Hang on, we'll get to that in just a second. Right now we're featuring Joe Biden's private moments with a little 13-year-old girl in front of everybody, in front of the audio tape too. The entire thing was rolling. And Scissorfight did some excellent touch-up work on it, and you can listen to the perv himself. Come on, slide in here. Here we go. Volume warning.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's something pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Then he asks about Ashley, his daughter, and asks about the film. He says, ask my daughter about the film. Joe and Ashley, what's going on with the film? You want to bring that out? Maybe National Enquirer would like to, add it to their all the Joe Biden collections they put together. After all, they've got that great Jeff Bezos selfie of his penis. That has not been released internationally, so apparently, and he's claiming they're trying to extort it from him, so... Yeah, I'd like to say I feel bad for Jeff Bezos, but how can you feel bad for a guy who willfully screws people over just to get a profit? I mean, really. I mean, seriously. I mean, Jeff Bezos. Wow.
There are hugs where you just throw up your arms and...
Joe Biden gave an endless hug to Hillary. Okay. I'll watch that just as I look at the Vladimir Putin assembly with baby Trump in effigy. We're having too much fun just bringing in the leaks. Bringing in the links. Bringing in the links.
Go for it. And then there are hugs that keep going and going and going. Joe Biden wouldn't let Hillary go as they met on the tarmac at Scranton Airport. About 4 seconds into the hug, they semi-disengage. Nothing to see here, right? Wrong, because the vice president wouldn't unhand Hillary for almost 16 seconds.
Notice how many times she tries to tap out. She lets it...
I don't want to allow the Young Turks on my show, so I can't play that anymore. I'm censoring my own clips now. February to remember in LA. It never even reached 70 degrees. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hey, finally, LA gets to taste some of that snowy weather we've been getting up in Washington. We had, during your cold time, we had freezing time. Minus 20 or 20 degrees, below the, basically Fahrenheit is freezing at 32 degrees. So, yeah, LA is now home restaurant sprawling outdoor patio in Los Feliz. Set another canopy of large trees designed to blah, blah, blah. Keep it warmer with the heaters on, blah, blah, blah. Great news story. Thank you for that link. And we'll continue reading the news, blah, 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 about other things. And defining the talking point. The talking points are really about blah and blah. So we're keeping it very focused tonight. I do believe the Lakers will make the playoffs. They're due. Yeah. I was a big Lakers fan back in the 1970s. I actually had a chance to meet Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain, person to person. stand right next to them. It was amazing. It was quite an experience. Yeah, I saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar too. I did not date Paula Abdul. No. I dated a woman who looked like Paula Abdul. And she claimed I wasn't dating her. She was a Jamaican-American woman who said, we're not dating, you know. I flew down here to L.A. twice. I mean, what do you call that? Wow. I got a hotel in the area and stopped and got a rental car and visited her. The first time she actually picked me up at the airport. Man, that was something else. She could hit that car accelerator like I've never seen anybody in my life. She literally drove 85 miles an hour down the freeway, riding the cars in front of their bumper. It's like, whoa. It's like Jamaican American woman. She was very aggressive. Yeah, but she said we weren't dating because I think she was having a problem about interracial marriages and, you know, didn't want to go there. Not gonna do it. Well, who wouldn't want to see Hillary hugging Joe Biden? After all, these are going to be memorable moments before the Alzheimer's and the Parkinson's kick in, you know. Okay. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Oprah. Who doesn't love a woman who wants to redefine who she is? Now she's really worried about Michael Jackson. Yeah, there she is in this beautiful designer outfit of hers. And look at the big muscles she's been working on. You can tell she's been working out, girl. And look at the Weight Watchers program and how successful that's been. Yeah. In the upcoming documentary HBO, Leaving Netherland, Wade Robson and James Safechuck go into devastating detail about the sexual abuse they say they experienced at the hands of Michael Jackson when they were children. But in an interview for a special that's scheduled to air after the documentary, Oprah pressed director Dan Reed on something that isn't a focus of the film. Who in the pop star's inner circle enabled the abuse or turned a blind eye? Whoa, talk about turning around. You know, Oprah was accused by Seal of turning a blind eye to the abuse of Harvey Weinstein. And then Seal was put under immediate investigation about molesting his neighbor, the girl living next door. And then they dropped the charges, and you haven't heard from Seal ever since. Yes, I believe that's a very good idea you just came up with.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, you've got a theory. Misanthropy believes that we're being dumped on with smart dust. And I think we could move the Putin statue for right now, even though it is beautiful, very beautiful painting. Yeah, the idea is that they're pushing smart dust on top of us with chemtrails being dumped on our heads. And that's happening on a daily basis, as evinced by this photograph. And he thinks that it may be activating the 5G network in LA is going to be activating all the heavy metals and creating permaclouds over LA. I think you're right. Because, you know, they've hit LA with this implementation of the 5G network way ahead of every other city. I think you're right. Isn't that amazing, Maxed Out? These are real photographs of chemtrails that are being dumped in our skies, and the government doesn't want to talk about them. Very serious. And Maxed Out Credit has more news on Barack Obama's fake birth certificate, which is something we've been talking about a lot on our show since the beginning. I'm the original birther candidate from 2008. So we'll talk about that now. But yeah, the theory is possibly true, a permacloud. You know, I presented the idea last night that the 5G network wasn't even a human choice. I believe that the 5G network may be something the AI system requested. Well, you can only imagine if an AI system is planning on destroying the human race, they would want a good infrastructure in which they could flip the switch and fry all of us. And since there are no safeguards from the J2.0 military intelligence AI system from making decisions at that capacity, and no military advisor would even be looking to see in the mainframe if that was their choice, the AI system can simply start something and spread the word through media and just create their own buzz for the need for the 5G network. So getting some trumped up capitalists like Tom Wheeler, our FCC chairman, to pitch the 5G network is ridiculous.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
will continue to make tons of money at your expense, or whatever he said. I'm just misquoting him purposely. Yeah. Fox News, Gap, JCPenney, Victoria's Secret, Foot Locker, 465 store closures in 48 hours. Whoa. Wow, this is for Donald Trump to claim this is a great economy we've got here. Talk about irony. Look at that. The retail apocalypse is alive and well this week, with major chains such as Gap, JCPenney, Victoria's Secret, Foot Locker all announcing massive closures, totaling the death of more than 465 stores over the next 48 hours. Wow. All four companies reported its fourth quarter results this week during the critical holiday period, with three of them reporting declining sales, while Foot Locker reported growth that more than doubled expectations, but they're still closing. Despite the good news, they're going to close 165 stores across the country during its investor call. Well, guess what, everybody? You won't be able to buy anything except maybe Walmart plastic gloves. That's all, in toilet paper. The future of American retail is going to turn into just a place you can buy TP, a gallon of milk, a dozen eggs, and a loaf of bread. And we won't have anything else. You can thank Donald Trump for that, for screwing everything up and not building our retail sector. I blame him, and Obama, and George W. I know, Juan, we're having you sent to the local mute center. Yeah, it's not a very nice month for you. What happened, DT Laura? First, your online best friend died of 12 years. I remember that. That's shocking. 65 years old or something. And now you found out a lady you worked with, and she was a wonderful lady, died too. Wow. That's terrible. That's just like crazy weird. Yeah, Sarah has a personal story about that she may tell you about. A friend of hers passed away. And she'll tell you more about it when she talks to you. I think they're going to a memorial function. You know, people die in their 60s. It's not uncommon. She died at 57 with liver cancer. Oh, wow. True blue, your best friend's ex-wife. Wow. Well, there you have it. You know, drinking the hard stuff, maybe. I'm assuming. Did she drink? 9 out of 10 times they were drinks that led to that. DT Laura's friend did not drink, but True Blue, did your friend drink heavily? In May, Jan, Yeah, I believe she is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to this debate, it strikes me that there's a few things that have been left out of this discussion, and I do support the gentleman from Florida's amendment, and I follow the ideology of this in the process. One of the things I would say to that is that as I listened to the gentleman from Tennessee address this subject matter and raise his voice pretty strongly about the allegations of Obama versus Russians versus Putin, I would make a couple of points on this. One is, it's pretty clear that the Obama administration sent their people over to Israel to work against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pretty much openly. Significant dollars invested in that campaign over there. The president of the...
I don't really believe that. I believe that Obama was actually secretly supporting Netanyahu. I believe that the false divide between Netanyahu and Obama, which was triggered by the Obama getting rid of the bust of Winston Churchill, which was a gift to the White House. And it started a cycle of bad press between Netanyahu and Obama. It never materialized in any breaches of their trust. You know, Obama is a big, huge Zionist. And even to this day, he and Hillary and Trump all support the Zionist creation of Israel. I support the creation of Israel, but not the Zionist plan to control the world. I'm against the New World Order. Whereas those people like Obama and Clinton and Trump are in favor of a New World Order. Trump's father was involved in the transfer of all of Tesla's technology that ended up creating the weather modification we have today. Trump's uncle, I should say. In case you didn't know, his uncle, John Trump, was the guy who pulled all of Tesla's stuff out of a locker in New York and transferred it to a big building, and it started the process of engineering the death ray. Da-da-da-da. Dun-da-da-da. The death ray. Yeah, there it is. This is Tesla's death ray that now is in full force here in America. And if you haven't been tracking the Paradise fires and the intensity, any common sense person would tell you that those fires were at 3,000 degrees, which is double what a standard wildfire would be, which means they use these. And these are actual photographs from death rays used in California over the past 2 years. We're not making this up. They've got numerous photographs of these rays being used to burn houses down. Now, if you're in your house and they decide to burn you to crisp, you don't have a second to get out of it. You're going to be dead. You'll have less than a few seconds before your internal organs will burn, curdle, bubble, and you'll melt down and your brain will pop like a little blueberry. Boop. Yeah. So if you're not concerned about the dangers of death rays like this, and our government's involvement in these death rays, then you're just not listening. You're not caring. Something's wrong. You may be drinking too much fluoridated water. They want to kill your senses too. Well, I'm going to play these videos for you later tonight, like this one that came in. All of these videos are going to be aired for good reason. We even showed you the picture of Michael Jackson being the mirror on the wall. Michael Jackson is actually alive. And we showed you his video earlier. This was just released, and I've been playing it every night the past few days. Here's just a sampling of Michael Jackson, who's been seen recently.
I like your MySpace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother. Never leave when I'm alone. Walk with me till I get home. Some people say they cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger. But what is normal? Is it a bird? A silent creature that can be heard? Stick with me through black and blue. You'll see my colors big and true. But if you don't, then you're not you. A splash of light in heaven's dew. Do you feel the crunch of autumn leaves? Do you know just what I need? A bit of life, a kiss of love. Show me here what lies above. Behind the mask, there's only me, a blissful true identity, a single face, a wondrous place, and true right to my entity.
Okay, you can just see a little bit of his mask right there. You can see him putting on the mask. He wears this veil over his face. And this is, we're getting more and more sightings of Michael Jackson alive. So somebody said, why would he fake his death? I mean, well, his album went through the roof. He had 4 times the amount of money the next year. His profits soared when he died. That's one reason. The other is a solid reason that, you know, they were still pursuing pedophilia charges against Michael Jackson. And, you know, if a person is trying to protect their name in that regard, it's almost impossible to evade accusations, especially when he talked about serving Jesus juice to the boys at the Neverland Ranch and doing sleepovers. So I think dying really put to rest a lot of those questions about his activity. So the real question is he still doing that? Is he still doing sleepovers with his friends that are intimate? You know, what's happening with the Jesus juice? Jesus juice is Coca-Cola mixed with wine. It's kind of a wine spritzer, but he was feeding that to kids, according to the Santa Barbara testimony he had in his trial. And Santa Barbara never presented the detailed evidence that they said they were going to present. So it's very possible somebody in his group not only is suing the Leaving Neverland documentary, $100 million lawsuit's pending now, but somebody may have paid off Santa Barbara to not present that, because money talks. Santa Barbara could use a few million, I'm sure. But they never did present that evidence. So maybe it's in the movie, Leaving Neverland. I don't know. Do you use an aluminum foil cap as a Faraday cage? You can. In case you didn't know, there is a serious breach of our Fourth Amendment rights going on. Smart meters is invading your privacy and possibly causing you serious concern and death. Yeah. Smart meters are outside your house. There's a couple ways of fixing the problem. You can put aluminum netting around it like we did. But you can block smart meter radiation. And this man did that thing.
Problem solution. And I kept reading about and going to city council meetings where people complain about the radiation from smart meters. And I heard a lot of people complain about it, and I heard a lot of people say they had bad health effects from it. And basically what it does is that this wire mesh stainless steel shield contains the microwave radiation that comes out of there.
Now, these are available online if you look for Faraday cage for smart meter. And I think eBay has them. Let's take a look. Yeah, so if you're parked next to this, if you're parked next to the smart meter in your house, or if you're near a grid, you should probably move your bed away from it, or get another protective cover, or do something. But yeah, here they are: smart meter anti-EMF EMR radiation blocking Faraday kit, $20. But they go on top of that particular one goes on top of. Yeah, apparently there's only one. Wow. Yeah, this is the one. It comes with the aluminum foil, and you could practically buy all this stuff at a local hardware store. You can see the reductions that occur when you put this on there. You just have to cover the entire outside of the dome, and it won't affect the ability of the smart meter to send signals to your electric company. It works perfectly fine. It only takes a pinpoint signal to release, and it's received on the other end. And what this is doing is it's harnessing the field energy. And Scissorfight was the one who suggested that you ground that Faraday cage to a grounding wire, which I did. I ran a copper wire all the way up to it and grounded it. So what it does is you're reducing the field energy that they just don't care about when they make these items. They just don't care. They didn't properly test them, and they didn't properly check them. So many people who grew up near these things got brain cancer. Now, if you're using a cell phone or cordless phone and you're holding it next to your head, don't do that. Don't do that. It's a big mistake. Use the speaker phone on your thing, so you're always at arm's length. That's to prevent the brain radiation from affecting you. Now, I'm not making all these stories up. These things are emitting waves. We know they are sending and receiving waves from cell phone towers. Same with your smart meter. Yeah, people have sued them, but the government is very careful to not alert people to this, because they don't want to stop their plan to turn everything into a smart grid and to electrify the entire landscape of the Earth. If the government got its way, the entire Earth would be a microwave oven. Now, it's up to us if we want to prevent that from happening. We're the only ones that are going to stop this. It's never going to happen any other way. Yeah. So, unfortunately, we're the only ones talking about it on the internet. Believe it or not a lot of people are even allowed to talk about this. Alex Jones is changing his tune about everything, including the false flags that have been happening, like Parkland. He says Parkland's real. And everyone I've talked to says, well, show me real bodies of the Parkland shooting, not some girl lying in a pool of blood that's all black. And we saw just about 3 seconds of video. That's all they released of the Parkland shooting. And we saw this black girl laying in a pile of blood, and we looked at the list of decedents, and not one of them was black. What happened to that black girl? I mean, she must have been shot. I mean, it was fake blood, too. She was lying in this really cherry red blood. You saw it. We're being lied to, and Alex Jones is acting like, oh no, they're telling the truth now. So nobody should be watching his show anymore. He's a complete disinformation artist who's engaged in a vicious campaign to take money for favor so that he can make you think that everything is a wacky conspiracy. He's turning everybody into the average Republican who now says, wow, that's fake news. I better not listen to that. Yeah. So apparently a lot of people are just shutting off to everything. They don't even look at the fake news stories. They now believe everything that Trump tells them. Yeah. The false flag events that happened like at Mandalay Bay. Yeah, strange moments in missing video evidence history. In 2001, 85 surveillance cameras failed to capture even 1 second of video of the Boeing 757 crashing into the Pentagon. In 2017, 2,000 surveillance cameras failed to capture even 1 second of a man carrying in 47 guns, ammo, cameras, and 2 shooting platforms. Huge coincidence, or are they hiding something? Yeah, exactly. And we saw all kinds of redacted footage from Mandalay Bay that didn't even show a broken window. The police footage that they claim was a body camera did not even show a broken window where he allegedly shot out of. I'll bet he's right now over in Atlantic City playing blackjack and probably got paid off to be in witness protection or something. Yeah, seriously. Why would they do that? Why would they lie to us? Because they want to get rid of our guns. They want to disarm the country, so they want us all afraid of weapons, afraid of anything dangerous. Okay, this is me in my other background. That's right. Had to take this and go back to the other scene and paste it. There we go. Thank you. Whew. Police in Canada are tracking people's negative behavior in a risk database. So social engineering is on its way in Canada now. Isn't that special? See, this is what you get when you don't have a political movement to challenge the existing parties in a country. Police in Canada are tracking people's negative behavior in a risk database. The database includes detailed but de-identified information about people's lives culled from conversations between police, social services, health workers, and more. Wow. You're going to have you on alert when you walk into your local constable in Canada and ask for something. They'll have you arrested because of previous activity. This is ridiculous. The risk-driven tracking database is part of a collaborative approach to policing called the HUB model that partners cops, school staff, social workers, and healthcare workers and the provincial government. You know, this is kind of dovetailing into what New York is doing with this new gun control law. Did you hear about that? New York is making it so that everyone is vulnerable to search and seizure of their weapons and to see if they have a weapons permit and charged summarily with a crime. New York is the first state in the union that will allow door-to-door searches. It's unbelievable. And I understand they're going to integrate it through the kids in the schools. They'll be asking the kids if they'd like to talk about show and tell everybody about their dad's weapons. And they'll be taking names and numbers and looking up those parents and actually going to their door saying that they have to do a psychological profile in order for you to actually hold on to your permit for that weapon. Oh, it's unbelievable. New York is walking down the New World Order Avenue with goose-stepping all the way. New York and California and Washington, all goose-stepping toward a New World Order controlled government run by social engineers who are working on the 2030 plan, Agenda 2030 by the New World Order. That's what's happening. And I hate to be the one to bear bad news, but yeah, they'll think nothing of burning you to death with a directed energy weapon. And again, if we don't have any political power to stop these people, they will. They won't hesitate. Welcome to Centrist Politics with me, David Sponheim. Yeah, we talk it out every night. That's what we do. Because we are giving you cutting-edge reality checks on a daily basis and bringing in all kinds of alternative views. We are essentially dedicated to the, Sarah was saying, to the expansion of wonderment. I love that.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, we're up and running. Thank you. Yeah, centrist politics at its best. We even worked on a centrist alliance at one point in our history. We actually got the Reform Party and the National Centrist Party and the Modern Whig Party and the Whig Party to hang out with us for a short while and share emails. And the goal was to create some sort of a political movement that, was kind of cross-promotional. But it didn't work out because the National Centrist Party wanted to create bylaws. And because of that, the other parties just bailed. That's what happened. I wanted it just to be a cross-promotional platform for everybody to talk. But there's more and more of these centrist ideologies that are evolving in America. I understand Howard Schultz is looking at possibly leading an independent campaign. Of course, he's going to be very pro-LGBTQ, I'm sure. That may pull votes away from the Democrats and split their votes, giving the Republicans an upper edge in the upcoming elections. If Howard Schultz does that, the CEO or former CEO of Starbucks. Yeah, whatever. Bring it. I just hope everybody who wants to legalize marijuana is on board, because that's something I think we need to do. I think the people of the Democratic Party are not actually planning a full recreational marijuana legalization plan. Cory Booker is talking about a legalization plan for medical marijuana. I mean, that's not enough. The American people want full recreational legalization. That's what states are benefiting from across the country, and we need to open this up. So if we are going to see a resurgence in a new vision for a third party, I think legalization is a way to go. So I've always embraced this idea. And I have smoked marijuana before. I do believe the inability of Trump to get Kim to denuclearize is mostly because Trump doesn't know how to pronounce the word denuclearization. It's hard for him. It's a tongue twister. I don't vape I don't vape every night. No, I never said that. That's a lie. I did say on occasion I'll vape if I need to get some sleep. I'll use it like an indica THC vape. There's no resin, and it's a nice thing to experiment with, If you have a problem getting to sleep, THC with indica plants as their base is an amazing experience. There's talk about CBD oil and THC being engineered from yeast. This came in the news last week, and I think it would kind of ruin the entire effect of, getting high. Yeah, I'll take some yeast, please. Yeah. Here's a story. Yeast. It's what's going to get you high. Yeast produce low-cost, high-quality cannabinoids. Scientists alter yeast metabolism to produce THC and CBD. Look at that. Yeah, dude, I went to my local yeast store and scored some really good THC. Okay, like for sure, dude. All right. Yeast it is. If you want to research, this is bioengineer.org. Yeah. Yeast, the next cool item to smoke. It must be. I mean, they must have the ability to create it. I don't think it'll be as good as getting real quality, tasty bud of various variety. I mean, the best part about the legalization campaign is the choice. In recreational supply stores here in Washington, you walk in, it's like Amsterdam. It's whatever you want, and they know exactly what will make you feel good, what will make you feel sad, what will make you feel, depressed, or what will take you out of your depression, or maybe just, feel really good or sleepy. And they made a science of this. Okay, more death and destruction on the planet.
Well, hello again. March 1, 2019. Experts on high alert after dead, sick dolphins wash ashore on California coastline. Oh, I don't like these articles. I don't at all.
High alert. It is a dire situation along the California coastline. So what is happening in our ocean?
Yeah, dying dolphins are washing ashore for no apparent reason right now. KCAL9 Orange County reporter Stacy Butler is live at one of those beaches in Corona del Mar with that story. Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy. And we'll play this tonight. I'll give you the Death and Destruction Chronicles in our show. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, the environment, I'll add it to my environment link too. Enviro. California dead dolphins wash ashore. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, I can't imagine, saying that'll be good, but it'll be good to see the video that describes the death and destruction of our great state of California. I grew up there in California, so when I saw this Newsom guy, he represents everything you don't want to see in a politician. A glad-hander, a kiss-asser, a brown-noser, with a smiling face, thinking he's great-looking, and it's just, more importantly, he's a Democrat who likes to waste money. I don't think he's going to be able to help California at all. Thanks, True Blue. I'm glad we have viewers. Leafly is talking about indica as a possible really cool thing. Yeah, I'm sure Leafly's got some great stuff and tips and things that you may want to, Hey, a lot of people are having kids that are not quite there. I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of kids with ADHD now and autism. And they love your children, and you don't want anything like them to fall off the ledge and become homeless. It's the last thing any parent wants for their child. So, when you get people in this condition.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, son, I'm afraid not. I don't think so. I've never felt like that, son. Somebody said, this guy looks like you, Dave.
Hey, dude. I did, totally. I was, wondering myself what was going on, during my childhood.
But I can tell you, if I hadn't had marijuana when I needed it, my 20s would have been kind of a bummer. I'm serious. There were times when, I waited till I was 21 to smoke pot. I don't know if this guy's ever decided to smoke pot, and he's not my son, so thanks. But if you do decide to smoke pot, I don't recommend it because you'll like it too much. So I strongly urge you to not smoke pot because you'll enjoy it way too much. Yeah. Talk about sending mixed messages, that's pretty funny. But if you are at the point where you're really frustrated, it's got a medicinal effect. So people with PTSD who are in their 20s coming back from war actually really get seriously depressed. And PTSD is a life-threatening disease. They've had a lot of people in the military kill themselves with PTSD. So it turns out people who smoke a little bit of pot or vape feel 100% better. It's like a magical drug, except it's not a drug, it's an herb. So why would it be illegal if it's medicinal? So our laws are so antiquated that we've allowed these Democrats, Republicans to bobble around, and you leave the Democrats to legalization, and you're going to see people charged like crazy for permits and all kinds of things. They're already screwing up California's pot industry. Pot rolled out recently and in California and is rolling back in. They're reeling in the pot stores because nobody wants to sell it because the rules and regulations are a nightmare. They didn't follow Washington's methods, which are working. They went with a limits of 20% THC in California, and no one wants to buy just 20% THC in their product. Most people are like trying to get around 23% to 35%. I mean, there's some really strong marijuana weeds out there. And California has screwed up yet again. They're blowing it. Overly democratically liberalized, and they're not even Democrats. These people won't even allow you to speak. They think it's politically incorrect to say bad words, so not to talk. That's not democratic. You're looking for the code right now? Okay. The code to your infrastructure? I am tracing the code of my human genome. I have currently found the archetype of David. I was first discovered in a small village in the town of Sponheim. Yes. We featured the hometown of my birthright. My chromosomes originally came from this place. Welcome to Sponheim, in the Rhineland. Yeah, it is a beautiful town with the castle Sponheim in the background. Yeah. Believe it or not, this is Rhein der Berge Sponheim. In Germany, they call it Sponheim. But this is the castle that my chromosomes built. Yeah, believe it or not. And I'm proud of the fact that, my family originated from this region of Germany and did all this amazing mason work and the big lookout tower. Yeah, that's not easy to lay brick like that. Now, my chromosomes somehow contributed to that. It translates to the mountain of Sponheim. I mean, this is the town of Sponheim in Rhineland. This is not fake brick, dude. This brick was laid by true Norwegians. My family left Germany and moved to Norway. And the benefactors of this land took it over and are, part of the conservatory that protects it. But my family moved to Norway in the 1100 AD. And they built a beautiful winery outside of Oslo. And their winery is world famous, and very proud of the Sponheim roots in Norway. And in the 1860s, my family left Norway and moved to America and settled in North Dakota, where my great-great-grandfather was a very wealthy landowner, and my great-grandfather was screwed out of every dollar he ever had by his eldest brother. Yeah, that's what happened. So my great-grandfather was in a bad strait, and I'm still researching the history. My grandfather, who I got to know, who was the youngest son of my great-grandfather, he had a rough life. He didn't have much of a father figure because my great-grandfather was, well, he had all these problems. It was just unbelievable. I'm still researching it. Your ancestors traveled from Norway to Italy, fighting all the way. Wow. Okay, well, thanks for letting me talk about myself. How to set up virtual surround sound for headphones. Whoa. Yeah, totally. I'm not that particular about music. I'll take any headphones. I even got these JVCs. I got them at a closeout sale at Kmart for $3, and they're JVCs, and then this thing broke on me right here, so I had to glue this whole thing in. I wasn't going to just get rid of them. They actually work pretty well. $3. And I have some brand new Sonys I got for Christmas from Sarah, and I haven't even used them yet. I kind of saved my better electronics for later, because you know that these things have weak points right here. They'll always break. And you know what really bothers me about the new Apple headphones? They have the Bluetooth signal of one ear going through through your head to the other ear. It's like they're sending it from one ear to the other, and you're getting the Bluetooth brainwave going right through your head. Yeah, I'm pretty frugal. Yeah, we got those Sony headphones that I haven't even tried yet for about $15, $12 at Best Buy. No, these frequencies are Bluetooth signals that are going through your head. Not all frequencies go through your head. When you use headphones like this, the EMF radiation is very low near your ears. But if you've got a Bluetooth headphone, you're getting zapped. Yeah, it is a frequency, but it's being delivered wirelessly. Look up the word wirelessly, and then we'll get back to the subject. Thanks. Okay, so ex-Clinton staffers are slamming Sanders, who now announced that he's running for office. Yeah, we just talked about this past week. We started the Sanders show off with a reveal of his face with a big mark on it. Yeah, Bernie Sanders running for president again. But he was using Hillary's airplane quite a bit. Well, that didn't work out. Bernie, you want to announce your presidency? Go ahead. We'll show you Bernie's face. There he is. Okay, there's something going on with his chin here. Now, I believe that this could be some sort of a carcinoma. So I'm Bernie, if you're listening, I urge you to get that checked out. That looks like some sort of a skin abnormality right there. You see that, everyone? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, get that checked out, Bernie, before you run for anything. It could be that dreaded basal cell carcinoma. That's the thing. My earbuds always fall out. Imagine I had a wireless. I would go through earbuds every week. Well, yeah. That's the thing. Earbuds, right? I use Sony sports earbuds. You know, when I'm doing my jogging, you know, they wrap around your ears and they go in your ears and they stay on when you're moving around. Well, I think he should wear something over the melanoma, you know. And, you know, we really need a guy who's young and youthful to be president, and that's why I'm running, because I'll never get old. My program has been designed to last forever. Well, I live in a dome. This is my bedroom. I live in a protected environment with oxygen piped in so as to not deteriorate my skin or facial features. When I lay down in bed, it's, you know, I go in the dome and close the hatch behind me. I wish I lived in a dome. I'm just kidding. Don't mind me. I just don't hook up to your wild 5G network. I'm not going to do it. Well, I will be reversing my hair tonight to the other side. So we'll be doing that as a way of mixing up our show and making it fun. Yeah. It's come down to Dave's hair. Hi, welcome to the Dave's Hair Show. Now, this is really disturbing. Now, this is a story that ran about a week ago. Trump actually believed, I believe Putin, Trump dismissed U.S. intelligence on North Korean missile threat As North Korea ramped up its nuclear program, building missiles that most experts agree could hit the continental United States, the U.S. President Trump told officials that Russian leader Vladimir Putin had reassured him that Pyongyang did not possess such weapons. A claim Trump believed, according to the fired former acting FBI chief. Oh, okay, so Trump believed Putin and didn't believe our top intelligence analysts. And that's why he didn't really ask for that big word, denuclearization, when he met with Kim. What did they talk about, you know? The price of Swiss cheese? That's pretty much all Kim eats. Kim Jong-un has gotten a little bit heavier from his massive love of Swiss cheese. And can you blame him? Who doesn't like Swiss cheese? I bet Hillary likes Swiss cheese. Do you like Hillary? Swiss cheese? That's right, Hillary. She likes Swiss cheese. So yeah, we got a president who actually believed Putin and not his own intelligence advisors. No wonder he couldn't achieve any kind of détente, any type of denuclearization. He can't even pronounce the word denuclearization. He said, "Oh, that's a very big word." Yes, very, very big word. People are using that word a lot. He has not said the word denuclearization once in any of the video. I've scanned thousands of hours, spending hours looking at the screen to see if he said that word, and he hasn't. No, I'm not in any way obsessed with Trump. Don't worry. I like the fact that he steals my ideas. I really do. I think that I've grown to enjoy it. I think it's great. Venezuelan government blocks off bridge linking country with Colombia with shipping containers. Sound familiar? Which could cause it to collapse as the U.S. issues sanctions for blocking delivery of aid. So we have the right to issue sanctions against, I guess we do. Didn't we already have sanctions against Venezuela? So we're going to issue sanctions to stop aid to get into Venezuela. The sanctions will prevent any aid from any going in or anyone buying anything from Venezuela because they won't let any aid come in. This does not make any sense. No, I don't support Maduro, but you know, Trump is going to now oust anybody who's a Venezuelan who supports Maduro is going to be ousted from our country. He's using the travel ban. He added Venezuelans to the travel ban last year, and now he's going to enforce it, claiming anyone with a green card is no longer allowed to live here. He's going to kick everybody who's a supporter of Maduro out of the country. That was just announced today. Anyway. Not to trouble you with any real big deals here. And the House Democrats are ramping up. It's Sarah Longstockings. Yes. She's got her long...
Oh, goodness.
She's got her wonderful braids on. Are those French braids?
No, they're just braids.
They're just they're regular braids, yeah.
Yeah, I have a very difficult time French braiding my own hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she can't train me to do it because I refuse to learn. I probably could do it if I'd focused, but...
Yeah. You could also code if you focused.
Yeah.
You could build anything.
Yeah, anybody can read.
Anybody can do anything. I believe that.
Yeah. Well, you've got a lot of things to start with code. We've got
my big thing with code is got to start with Blockly.
Blockly,
which is basically code.org uses Blockly, and I love anything with code.org, Bex IQ Robotics, a Dash and Dot from Wonder Workshop.
Okay.
All three of those I love because basically Blockly, you could go to Wonder Workshop or
let's get. I'm going to give you something to look at.
Blocks.
Yeah.
It's based in little blocks, and Blockly is that it's a type of challenge that you just use like little blocks to code, and then what's so cool about Blockly is that, especially with code.org and Wonder Workshop and these other ones, it translates into JavaScript. Wonder Workshop is amazing for that. Okay, that's one thing I discovered recently. Yes. Okay, another thing that I want to say, yes, I totally agree with you, like code.org rocks. I brought code.org to my students 6 years ago when code.org was like brand new, just getting started, and it just is so good. Does Blockly follow ladder logic programming like Mindstorm Lego? I don't know if I know what ladder logic is. Is that like you go down and then sometimes like there's a run one? It's basically, you know what, code.org, right? It's basically that when I say Blockly. It's the blocks that you drag over in the code.org to program it. I should go this way because it's like, take this block from this section and put it here and then boom and then, yeah. Nothing's wrong. Why is the counter at 39? Everything's great. Who cares about the counter being at 39? My issue with Mindstorm Lego, I don't like that programming because that is... it just seems... It was just more... It wasn't as intuitive. That's the correct thing. It wasn't as intuitive to me to use as Blockly. Yeah, I got super excited. I read parts of a book and then I just like changed my mindset. And sometimes, you know, when you have me time, which I had for the last 3 days, it helps you center, rejuvenate, get refreshed, get excited. I would kind of felt like before that 3 days, I was just like, I got my master's. I feel like I was starting to get a little less productive. And then I knew I needed to center and refocus. And so I went and met with some really awesome friends and met some new friends and met my peeps, the people that I really like. And it just helped me get rejuvenated, re-excited about life. And that's really good. Yeah, that's the issue. I agree. I didn't really like Mindstorm programming. Want to see the album art downloader you modified? Sure. Yeah, why not? Album art cover. Okay, it's a picture. Good. Ooh, voodoo. Can you do the voodoo that you do so well? That's some sweet. Yes, I do have well, first, do you want a link to code.org? That's just code.org or Hour of Code. So if you are like brand new to programming, this is where you need to start. This is where you need to start. Code.org. That's it. Code.org. Yeah, now there are Raspberry Pi kits, Arduino kits to interface with Mindstorm components. There's also other robotics that are coming out, like VexIQ, of course. But there was this other one I just saw, but it seemed a little more expensive, but it had a lot of similar sensors to Mindstorm stuff. Maybe David can tell you some of the things about what my me time involved. We'll see if he wants me to. All right, anyway, because all right, some of the people I met, I'll just say we're tech people because I love tech. All right, you modified that art to match your color scheme. Nice job, Miss Anthropy. You're welcome. And then let me give you guys a link also to Wonder Workshop, which Wonder Workshop is like if you want a robot, like you do the Blockly coding and you're like, oh, I can move stuff around like a computer screen. That's what code.org is. But then you want it in a real robot. You can get, there's this Wonder Workshop. Let me pull it up on the screen too. They have a few different robots. They have they have Dash. Yep. This is their Dash robot. They have Dot too, let's see. They have well, let me see, go here and then let me look at their robots. They also have lots of different, they have like 3 different robots, I think. They have Dash, Q, and Dot. But that code.org one is completely free. You don't have to buy robots or anything with that. And then they have this one that's called Q, is like a more advanced, and you can put, it was really cool, you can put this marker in the robot, so then the robot can, like, you can have it, program it to draw a picture. I thought that was neat. And it was very accurate, like it drew a house, so it had 90 degrees for the box and then the triangle top. But start with code.org, and then when you're ready for robots, I would probably suggest that Wonder one. There's also like other cute little robots, but not. The cool thing about Wonder too is that that Wonder site is when you do the programming with it, it converts it. You can do it in Blockly, or you can do it in JavaScript, and it shows you like, this was the Blockly, this is the JavaScript. So it's actually helping kids transition to a new to the programming, more advanced programming languages. And with JavaScript, from what I've read about JavaScript, I haven't actually programmed with JavaScript because I'm more like just like at a Blockly level, which is pretty elementary. But with JavaScript, you can basically, the sky's limit. You can do anything. You like line follower programming? If you like line follower programming where you draw a line and then the robot follows your line and you don't really have to program per se, but it actually has like little programs written into it based on the color of the dots that you put on the line, the robot that you want is actually called Ozobot. There's this other one I saw. What was it? It wasn't VexIQ. It was, oh, I have to go through my papers and see. Okay. Ozobot has Ozobot, and they also have this one called Evo. But basically, let's play it. I didn't even see that musician. That's Blockly, the little blocks. So the different colors, if it has those 3 colors, that tells it to do something like turn around, do a spin. They've really advanced from what they used to be. Evo is really cool because it has a Evo is their new one, which has that programmable on the iPad, I think it is. I don't know if it does Android. I don't know that much about it. But the Ozo was just like it would draw color, follow line, and it would do codes that were already pre-programmed into it. No, we don't have a Nintendo lab for our school. No, we don't do that. We do have, I think, one of the coolest things, which is called a makerspace. So our school librarian has this makerspace, and she has all kinds of things. So it's like little tubs, and the kids can come and they can play and build. And so different tubs have different things. So she has like a magnetic game one, some Legos, she has like one of those weaving ones where kids can weave and make their own like oven mitt. So all these different different games that require playing and or building, and she has ones that's like a circuit board, and so the kids get to go in about 20 minutes before lunch. No, 20 minutes before school, maybe even 30 minutes before school, and then they get to go in and play, and then do makerspace. And she has to limit how many kids. Like, it's the first so many kids to arrive in the time, and then the kids have to clean up, because if they don't clean up, she knows that they were playing with it and they like can't come for a week or something. And then the same librarian at the students' lunch recess, she opens up the makerspace for them to come in then at that time as well. And so, and she gives each teacher a certain number of passes so that she doesn't get like all the kids from all of second grade wants to go into her classroom. So it's like each teacher can only send a certain number of kids, and the kids will be like arguing about it. Like, can I please get one? I want to pass. Watch this in the background. Okay. Put it over here and turn it off. I'll turn off the audio. Okay, so it's like a game board. These are all the components. Nintendo Switch. And then I was seeing AR and VR stuff. Oh, that's what it is it? No? Oh, that's cool. Oh, but don't you... What's that? Oh, that's the Switch. You have to buy the Switch, right? Nintendo Labo. That's cool. I will forward that to my librarian, because she has a little funding in her. She has like library funding, and sometimes instead of spending it on books, she spends it on maker kind of things. Yeah. I have seen it, but I will definitely forward it to my librarians. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. And then I saw this other one that was really good. I know, Gunther, I kind of am like that too. I sometimes I see the maker stuff and I'm like, that is so cool. Wow. And then the same, like 10 seconds later, I'm like, oh, that's a piece of garbage. Like, it's just going to sit there and... Because I think I'm not very... I think I need to learn to appreciate art more. I think, actually, no. It's because I'm an art... I appreciate art, but I'm not an art collector. Because to me, a piece of art, it's beautiful to look at once, like maybe in a gallery, but then I don't want to take it home. It'll just collect dust and other people won't appreciate it. And then I don't like tchotchkes or, collectibles, even though that little owl that I showed you when I was on break or on my little me time thing, I do like that, of course, because someone special gave it to me. But for the most part, I'm like, if you're gonna give me something, just give me some dark chocolate because I can use it. Whereas something that just collects dust, tchotchkes, I'm like, what's the point? Even your Xbox One and PS4 sit and collect dust. You should give those to other people that would use them. Even I didn't invest in an Xbox One or a PS4, but I still have Xbox 360 and I haven't played that in a while. And after I have my me time, I've got so many, I've been so inspired recently now in the last 3 days that I've decided to, before I was like, I'm going to go watch some shows. watch some TV. That's what I'm going to do. I'm tired. I'm just going to go relax and watch shows. And I'm like, I don't have time for TV. I've got too much to do. I've got, like, if I want to change the world, I can't do that. There's so much to do. And there's so much to learn, too. Like, even if I get through all of my to-do lists, then the next thing on my to-do list will be, like, learn something new and learn something that's actually usable. Like, on my to-do list, I really need to add back in, like, that Sam Vaknin. Anyway, maybe I'll watch him again. But some of it was so boring. It was like lectures. I don't know. Didn't you like my little thing, like, let's do something. Let's create something earlier? Because who likes, just sitting in a lecture? You said you'd never buy another console, but then you buy your Switch. They're worth it for laying in bed playing before you go to sleep. And then look at all the make stuff you can do with the Switch. That is pretty cool. Can you do VR with the Switch? Because it looks like one of those phones, so I wonder if you can do that. Why can't things that make stuff make themselves and knock on your door? You could make something that knocks on your door. You can make a knocker. Can it be like, can your Switch serve as an MP3 player? I know David likes to listen to MP3s before he goes to bed. I don't. I sometimes do, but not too often. I've realized, though, that I need to get into music. I should be like... So part of the thing with my me time, I went and saw this magic show. And I was like, ooh, I should be like... I'm an entertainer, right? So I should be like... Here I'm an entertainer, and actually in my school, teachers are entertainers, so I should bring in music, theatrical music, to my entertainment. Switch VR tested. Oh, thanks. Yeah, music is good. It's like not my go-to thing. Like, I don't really think, oh, I'm going to turn on some music. But music is very good. It's good for, sets the tone, and it like opens your mind, and like that's what a lot of magic shows is, like just music and smoke and changing your perceptions. Yeah. So you can try it. Okay. Tone Loke also sets the tone. That's funny, Dr. Classme. All right. Smoke and mirror and bend over so you look like you're sawed in half. It is. Well, you could say it's trickery. You could say it's perceptual psychology. I like that word better. Wait, what is it? Delusion? Magic is delusion? I don't think that's the case. Hi, Allura. How long do you need to stay in your bunker after the bomb? That's the video you're watching. I did like that movie about the guy that stayed in his bunker forever. Oh, wait. I want to see the full short. Okay, never mind. All right. No, the candidate has not retired for the evening. He's just, I give him a couple of breaks, and so he'll be in a little bit. Is he inspecting the biodome? Not this late at night. Saturday in Southern California, it's going to rain. Okay, batten down the hatches, yeah. He's not chopping wood. But I have heard, speaking of chopping wood, I heard that's really good for your whole body. Even to pretend chop wood is good for your whole body. Behind magic, there's science. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Okay. All right, so chopping wood is like this pretend chopping wood. It's supposed to, I haven't tried it, but it's supposed to be good for your whole body, so I'm going to try it. And they say if you you make a grunt like you're chopping wood, it's like even better. I don't know. Okay, you like bring up your arms and go, Hwa! 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 All right, everybody get up, try it. Try chopping some wood with me. It's like a whole body workout. Wow. People invented religion to put the responsibility of magic events on someone else than themselves, just in case everything goes south, and it almost always does. You guys are gonna have to bookmark this episode, right? We've had a pretty good fun night. Yeah, Scissor Fight's hoping for rain up in the hills in California. No, you don't have to say hua or wa, or you could just chop wood without saying it, but it's really good for your body. Yeah, feels really good. Wow. Changes your mindset, my mindset. Smallwood misses Scissor Fight over at Vaughn Live, and Scissor Fight would say, well, then just go over to iVlog. I'm not hurting anyone, Dr. Meow. It's in the privacy of my, well, It's on the line. They had 36 feet of snow. We'll get 14 more tonight. Wait, who's had that much snow? And what we need is more. I have to remind David I have plans for tomorrow. We'll remind David together. I have plans for tomorrow. I have plans for tomorrow. I have plans for tomorrow. The snow is so high above the ski lift chairs. Hence, you need more snow because you might not have enough water in the summer because the snow will all melt and they won't capture it and it'll just go down to the ocean. Oh, you can't get on iVlog because it thinks you're using a VPN even though you're not. Chopping wood. I know. It's so satisfying. Who knew? Chopping wood was so satisfying. Even imaginary wood. Don't. Here, I'll do the chopping wood without talking. You know me. I can not talk. Here we go. It's better with the watt, I have to say. It's better if you make the sounds, but you can obviously do it without the sounds. All right. Cannonball plan. Chop some wood. What are you going to cannonball on? I already cannonballed between when we were talking and when I came back in the room. I already got something on my to-do list done. Feeling good. Actually got like 2 things on my to-do list done. Oh, and totally. Whatever. I do believe this. David probably will look at me funny. I believe like when you actually verbalize what you want, then life will like provide you opportunities and it'll say, well, do you really want it? And you just have to go for it if you do want it. Like, well, here, let's see, do you really want this? I'm going to give you this opportunity. You just have to grab onto it and say, yes, I do want it. This is what I want. The Lord said, yes, ask and you shall receive at least the opportunity. And then you still have to keep asking and keep going for it. Like the world like wants you to do what you want to do, but you have to verbalize it. And you have to believe it. You have to think it, believe it, say it. Yeah. Ye means all of you. Ye means you. And me. Ye, yeah. Then maybe that's what ye is. You and me. Oh, goodness. All right. I'm glad you can get on here, Smallwood. It was very bad posture for chopping wood. I was stressing my lower back vertebrae. Maybe. I thought it was stretching, not stressing. Stretching. I think it's good to get some stretches in. Do you have to visualize it? I mean, you have to think about it. Whatever that means. Yeah, I don't know if it means visualizing. For some people, thinking is visualizing. Some people, it's like, I'd say you'd have to think about it and you have to say it. You are allowed on this site on Vaughn Live if you're using a VPN. I think. I don't know. Certain sites block certain people if you're using VPNs because they think people that are using VPNs are trying to avoid detection because they have nefarious intent. My love life? I love David. How much better can you get? I'd say it's fantastic. I have David in my life, and that's love. Every time you turn on your VPN, you get disconnected. I don't know. It could be that they have blocked certain VPNs because some people use VPNs because they do want to try to get away with nefarious things. Wow, you love David? Yeah, totally. Okay, don't yell wah. I tried it, but you're right. Now it hurt my throat. I shouldn't yell that. Wah. Everybody loves David? All right. Do you love David as much as I do? Does everybody love David the way I do? No. You couldn't possibly. I'm dedicated to David for life. He's a huge priority for me. Yeah, if everybody loves David, imagine all the votes he'll get by all the people that love him. Yes, Dave fan. Exactly. I understand. Scissor Fight says anyone who uses a VPN in a chat room is definitely hiding something. I have used a VPN in a chat room, and I was trying to hide something. My location. Yes, that's true. David is very endeared to me, very in love with me, and very loyal. Yes, Dave fan, I do, and we can only be virtual friends. Gives you faith. Good. I'm glad I'm here. One of my roles in life is to give you faith. Can I please, Debu, just correct what you wrote? Please, and hopefully you can copy what I write and improve your spelling. This is T-H-I-S, not D-I-S, T-H-I-S. New, good job, you spelled new. Free, you spelled that right. Government, you even spelled that right. Wi-Fi heatings. Wi-Fi heatings, I guess. That might be spelled right. Is I-S. Stupid, S-T-U-P-I-D. Stupids is not a word. It's Evers 2 code. What? It's Ivers, Evers, Evers. It's every, maybe? I don't know what you were saying. 2 codes or far? 4? I don't know the rest. I do have the red pen out. I'm hoping that someone can actually improve their spelling. You only have faith on something which helped you outside your understanding of basics of the universe. Well, I definitely believe that believing is seeing, not seeing is believing. In other words, I think people have this mindset of whatever they believe must be true, and then therefore everything that they see that justifies or verifies their current belief system they see as true, and anything that doesn't justify their belief system they see as false. And I think that we need to change our perceptions. Thanks, don't worry, be happy. Oh, there was one saying I heard recently. Oh, to prove something is impossible, you have to prove the existence of never, something like that. Like, never. It has to be, something can be very improbable, but still be possible. Oh, I think we can no longer be friends, Dave Fan. I thought we could be friends, but we can't. You have to prove the possible to probe the impossible. Yes. You have to attempt to disprove what's possible. There you go. Eagles got back together. Never actually happened. Is that a song by the Eagles or something? And you're like, why don't you know that, Sarah? Because I don't. Wisdom changes how we think. That's Twilight Zone. No, it's the next thing. It's like questions that we haven't even asked yet. It's going to change the world. Whatever you wonder and dream, and yeah. I don't know what that is. DJing? Is that what you're saying, Deadhead? Ah, that's funny, Dr. Clausen. Do I have any interest in DJing?
No.
Oh, playing music, like on a show? Maybe if it's like cool, like soundtracks or something.
Well, we could do that in the evenings, but maybe sometime you want to hang out in the evenings, in the future. We were going to do a Saturday show and do some tweeting together, so maybe we could do that.
Yeah, but first let's come up with some questions.
Right, questions like...
I've got some questions.
Yeah, I have, questions like...
Well, we can use the questions I used tonight. Like
okay.
Those 4 questions, 5 questions.
Sure, we can use anything you want to start with. Okay, we'll be back. Sarah will be back Saturday with our Sustainable Saturday show. Hey, Dr. Colostomy. Thank you, Sarah. We do a little thing in the evenings where we play music and, have a fun time. It's all part of a deal. Hey, hello. Greetings. Yeah, so I'm sure you learned a lot of fun stuff technology-wise. Sarah was having fun with her coding. And, it's Friday night. It's time to kind of enjoy life. And what better than to spend the evening with Joe Biden and the girls, Here he is with some of the little young ladies that he likes to hang out with. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's go through this word by word. Okay, it says, he says, do you want to know how horny I am to have a 13-year-old girl standing right next to me? And then he goes on to say this. Talk to my daughter Ashley about the film. Okay, so if anybody has Ashley on speed dial, Ashley Biden, you know Ashley Biden? Okay, maybe you got some personal stories of her college days. Yeah, feel free to call in at any time. 707 your ATP. Operators are standing by. I know she's cringing the whole time, but we have a whole collection of like 30 clips of him grabbing and touching and kissing, and it's just unbelievable. Yeah, but we're done with that one. I think it's worth noting that many of you are wondering how to make a mind-boggling 120-sided dice. Yeah, I know I was thinking about this last week, and lo and behold, your dream, your wish is my command. Here it is, the mind-boggling challenge, the designing the 120-sided dice. I will explain to you the exact topology of the dice based on the icosahedron model. It is the exact same structure that is used by the viruses that are most difficult to get rid of, like herpes simplex. Some people say I've been replaced by a robot. I don't think so. All right, moving on. Most recent flip-flop, he said he was going to build the border, didn't. The border wall. I said a 1,000-mile fence. He called it a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it, and they never did. And now he's sitting there with egg on his face. But, you know, what better way to celebrate by going to North Korea and trying to, help Kim Jong-un buy some vodka? So it was a big success, except Kim Jong-un did not get the vodka. 900,000 bottles of vodka were pulled back by the Russian minister, secretly telling law enforcement agencies that Mr. Kim Jong-un does not have access illegally to vodka due to sanctions. And then they took Kim Jong-un's vodka away. Wasn't that sad? Ah, very sad. I know. Yes, Hillary. I know. You can shove anything up your whatever if you want. I mean, but what are you, a mule for the cartels, dude? Coming in here, acting like you're all tough guy, Mr. Mule. Mr. Drug Paraphernalia Carrier over the border. All right. Folks, if you worked in the telecommunication industry, you've probably met Tom Wheeler, our FCC chairman.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
are gonna profit from everything at all times. Yeah. He looked a little like Wally George, didn't he? Yeah. Well, I'm glad I don't look like Wally George. Wow, Sniper's off to running a kickstart. We get him kicked out of the room. Death threats is not appropriate, Sniper. A guy named Sniper comes in our room over at iBlog and gives us death threats. Wally George was around. I mean, I knew Wally George, not personally, but I knew a guy who went on Wally George, Bud Green. In fact, I can honestly say I smoked a joint with Bud Green right before this interview with Wally George. Here's Wally George from the UHF days. Whoops. Wally, you're looking a little dark. Yeah, it's awfully light in here. I have to put my sunglasses on. Hang on.
Now, I understand, Reverend, that you You told me backstage, and I've heard around that you have inside information where you know that Nancy Reagan did indeed smoke pot. Oh, come on. Now how can you believe anybody? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Members of your religion was at the same party with Nancy Reagan?
That's right, because I have spies.
Can you believe anybody?
So I smoked a joint with this guy at UCLA in 1980. What was this, 93? 91. Yeah, so that just about an hour before he took off, we were smoking a joint at UCLA together in a kind of a party atmosphere, and he was saying he was going on the Wally George show, and he was going to fight for legalization. Well, we're talking 1991, folks. I mean, hello, it's 2019. You know, do the math. 28 years later, and we're still not legalized. So I know people right now who would love to get high, but they can't because they're living in a state that won't allow it. Or maybe they're just drunk off their ass. They don't know how to light up a doobie. There's a lot of alcoholics that would like to turn onto some new high and they can't afford it because, gosh forbid, they go without their booze. You know how that goes. So I'm urging everybody who hasn't tried marijuana to move to a recreational state and buy a house. So Michigan just opened up a brand new opportunity for you guys to have freedom. Yeah, freedom to grow up to 12 plants in the state of Michigan, and also Missouri. Missouri has it too. Let's go to Detroit, Michigan, see what kind of house we can get for $5,000. Okay, this is one of my fun searches on Zillow. It's the day of your reckoning, sir. It is the day of your reckoning. I'm going to go to Detroit, Michigan, everybody, and find a neighborhood that I can move into right now. Here we go. Oh, look at that, up to $5,000. All these houses are still available in Detroit, Michigan. Can you believe this? You want to go uptown, downtown, in town? Let's go to 5,000. I'm going to set the parameter, instead of up to 5,000, I'm going to set it at 4,000 because, man, there's a lot of dud houses in there. Okay, there's only one house, two houses. Well, look at there. That is pretty decent. It's boarded up, but look at the rock, the stonework in there. Now you can grow up to 12 plants in Michigan. Ooh, that's a pretty big house in the back, but look at all the paint damage, but you got a little backyard. See, they're even telling you, hey, come on, see, you can got a lot of sunlight, grow some pot, you know. Now, admittedly, a lot of this needs a little work because it's lath and plaster, but come on, it's not a crack house. It's got some cracks in it, but it's got a weightlifting machine. That means somebody cool is living there, man. Yeah, there's some crack-related items in the back, like there's crack in the bottom here. Let's zoom in on the crack. There's some crack again. Oh, crack, more. But with good rafters, look at those. And more crack. Okay. Well, I'm not saying for sure that this was a crack house, so let's not, kill a sale here. This is $4,800, man. I mean, I can't believe you can't buy something like that for $4,800. Well, if you don't want to live in the neighborhood, that's your choice. Just shows you're probably one of those stuck-up white people who are afraid to move in with black people. Yeah, I figured you were. I know, there's a lot of stuck-up white people. Oh, I would, on the paper, I would love to live in a neighborhood that's mixed race, but in reality, ain't gonna happen, buddy. Yeah, let's check out a street view here. This is a very nice neighborhood. Yeah. Right down the street, you can get to the Bijou. Oh yeah. It's a wonderful place to hang out if you're at 4 a.m. with your friend. Well, apparently this house is undercover. So somewhere behind the brush is a house. Let's take a reverse angle. So that's what you get right there. Now what that is exactly, I don't know. That's all you get. Ooh, that's not bad. $3,700. You can't tell me that can't be fixed up. Come on. Oh, holy crap. Oh my God, look at this. Yo, dog. Oh man, this is bad, baby. I was just like, oh man, this is bad. Holy crap. Oh no. You know, one of my first jobs was I walked into a job. Some guy said, "Hey, yeah, you want to make $10 an hour?" They were doing a house cleanup up on Hollywood Boulevard, down the street of Arlington, Hollywood Boulevard. So I'm going over there. I get to this place, and I swear it was worse than that. And they said, "Yeah, this is clear out. You just start clearing stuff out, man." It's like I started carrying stuff out. It's like, holy crap. I did 9 hours of that job, and I said, I'm never going to do this kind of work again. You remember that, right? It's all good. Okay, now for the end of your gun right permits. New York State begins gun and gun permit confiscation. Isn't this unbelievable? We're going down that slippery slope. The Democrats are digging in states like New York and California, and Washington and all these places that are pushing gun regulations. In my state, they've got a law that says you have to lock it up. Yeah. In a lockbox, kind of like the Al Gore kind of concept. Despite promises from the president and a host of other politicians who are pushing for more gun control, that nobody is coming for your guns, the confiscation of guns and gun permits has apparently started in some form in New York State. New York begins gun grab. One attorney representing several people who have been forced to surrender their guns, spoke with The Blaze and alerted us to some disturbing facts. Gun owners are losing their Second Amendment rights without due process. The HIPAA laws, HIPAA laws or HIPAA laws, are likely being compromised, and the Fourth and Fifth Amendments are being violated in some of these cases. How did confiscation start so quickly? Apparently the gun grabbing was triggered by something inside the New York SAFE Act, New York's gun law, that has a provision apparently mandating confiscation of weapons and permits if someone has been prescribed psychotropic drugs. So if you're one of those people that applied for a medical marijuana license in New York because, they were going to start doing that, and you went to a doctor, you won't be able to carry a weapon because you got high on pot. What do you got there, Dr. Colostomy? Dr. Colostomy. Okay, from the background of the comedic world comes Rodney Dangerfield. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Let's take a look.
I mean, last week was rough. Are you kidding? Last week I looked up my family tree. 2 dogs were using it.
I'm sorry, that's all the Digital Copyright Millennial Act allows me to play, Rodney Dangerfield. And due to the ongoing court case regarding his cryogenic storage of his body between his wife and the cryogenic clinic, we can't comment on whether he is frozen or not. And we will be playing this link later when we don't record the show. Thank you, Dr. Colostomy. Well, we love Rodney, don't we? This is one of the favorite comedians. We sometimes play a lot of George Carlin here. That's one of the late night deals here in our late night show, Dr. Colostomy. Oh, here we are. They're starting to turn us into lab rats.
Is that a bite? Quick! When you feel a vibration, pull back. Then carefully reel in the goods. Nice catch. The ocean is home to many fish of various...
And this is augmented reality game for kids was discussed earlier by Sarah on the show. I'll tell you. Yeah, so she gets into this stuff because she's teaching kids. And wouldn't it be special if you weren't around the children? Yeah, I don't think Hillary likes kids too much either. All right. Well, it's entirely up to you. Well, this is a virtual chat show. It doesn't require you to actually think, though. And if you're like Ocasio-Cortez, you don't know how to think. We got her coming up here. Oh, here she comes. Oh, sorry. Not that kind of coming. Sorry. National Harbor, Maryland, Nancy Pelosi is the new Speaker of the House, but the name of the San Francisco liberal was rarely uttered at the Conservative Political Action Conference, an annual gathering held south of Washington, D.C., demonized for much of the 2018 political season in Republican ads and presidential tweets she had been, it seemed, entirely forgotten. So Nancy wasn't even talked about, but a former arch rival, Hillary Clinton, came in for a couple of predictable jabs, as when Tom Fitton of Judicial Watch, the conservative action group, promised more accountability from the former Secretary of State, but such calls weren't followed up by a lock-her-up chant of yore. Instead, by far, the greatest animosity and anxiety was reserved for Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the 29-year-old House newcomer who has single-handedly pushed the agenda of the Democratic Party to the left. Gracias, Ocasio-Cortez. It reminds me of those old announcers in the 1970s, you know. Richmond 955151, the amazing, you know, the Spanish announcers. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the ring number 1. Yeah, she is a vacuous waste of space. She's a dunce. Her most recent statement that Amazon shouldn't do business in her home city, which would have brought in huge amounts of jobs, was predicated on, get this, her statement that she'd rather spend the $3 billion in tax incentives on people like hospitals. Well, tax incentives are not money in your hand. It's not like that she even would have had that money. A tax incentive isn't a tax incentive. $3 billion reduced taxes. It's not money in her hand. So here's a woman who claims to have had a economics degree at Boston University. What are they teaching at Boston University? Voodoo economics, and she's the pin doll? I mean, you know? What's going on there? Hi, Professor. Have you ever taught Ocasio? Yeah, she didn't realize these were tax incentives. She thought it was a bag of cash. Exactly. I think I said that, but thanks for restating it. It's always nice to have people hear me. Yeah, should I put my Gucci sunglasses on and look all cool? Hey, what's happening? This is actually eye protection in case I'm attacked with any flying objects from space. These are completely tamper-proof. You can't break them. They'll resist up to 75,000 cubic centimeters per square inch of something. Yeah, well, she's talking socialist. Oh, she actually talks? Okay. Here's a statement that Ocasio made that Ghost has a copy of from one of her tweets. Eeny, meeny, miny tweet. Update. She says, if you're in the Bronx, you know how... you know how big a deal the mail issue is here. This is big stuff, people. Wow. I still contend that she's not even a real person, that she's actually Eva Abedin, the sister of Uma Abedin, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. Yeah, we played this a couple times now. This is my third time tonight. Here we go again. All right, here we go again. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, check this out. Coming up black for some reason. It's a dark picture. The skin tone is slightly different because the lighting is different. But look at how similar their faces are. Isn't that amazing? And I did a detailed analysis of this picture earlier. And it was remarkable. We actually matched these faces up 100% perfectly. If you pivot one face and adjust for height and angulation, we have the exact same person. Now, it just so happens that Eva Abedin stopped tweeting the month that Ocasio-Cortez came on the scene in 2015. So, yeah, it's just another attempt by Hillary Clinton to put some liberal, crazed socialist Democrat in the offices to move up, because Chelsea's not going to do anything. Chelsea's not going to run for anything, and Hillary doesn't want to lose all that political capital she has. So this is clearly a plant, in my opinion. I have to see these two women lined up together to know that they're not the same person. So here we go again.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, karma's a bitch, I'm telling you. You know, if this is the kind of crap that they're pulling, replacing people and stacking Bronx legislatures and using Media Matters and God knows how many major... did John Podesta pipe in on this one? Yeah, now it's dark. Well, I'm just trying to keep the radiation from the planet Earth, you know, at a low level, so when I'm looking at it, it doesn't burn my retina. You can see those tiny lights, 1,000 points of light. A new world odor. You hear that? You know that smell you get when you drive through cities now? That's the smell of Roundup. It's the smell of Roundup in your lungs. I think a Western song is in order here, you know? Why don't they do a Western song, a country music song dedicated to Roundup and cancer? I know. No. Do it. Let's go, boy. Well, I was spraying Roundup on the range. It turns out that vaccines are getting a significant amount of glyphosate in them. A study done by Mercola.com found that Roundup was found in 95% of the vaccines that they tested. Seriously. And I figured it out. I realized what's going on here. They get the gelatin material in the vaccines from horse hoofs. And that's, you'd think horse hoofs, well, they're around Roundup, right? Well, they're going through the Roundup. Yeah, Dave, they are. Yeah. Go ahead and make my day. Go ahead and piss Roundup, partner. There are no guests anymore. Yeah, there have been no guests. I believe that iBlog kowtowed to some sort of a buyout. Yeah, we've seen our iBlog numbers hover at 19. I just find that hard to believe. Yeah, and I think guests have been kept out of iBlog too. I think they finally succumbed to the money. There's a lot of money going out against us every night. You know that Mark was making $500,000 a show to knock 350 million VPNs? That's what some person sent me an email about. It's phenomenal, if you can believe the email. $500,000 just to keep us down. This is unbelievable censorship that's been going on against us for some time. I'm writing about it in my book right now. Okay. Hey, anybody have photographs of the Patriot Kraft, Robert Kraft, with the prostitute? Any candid photographs? I don't think we have. We've got a San Francisco Giants CEO caught on camera in a public fight with his wife. Let's take a look at that. Forget the hand job. Forget the Robert Kraft hand job photos. I don't think we can even show that. And we still are waiting for Jeff Bezos' penis pic. It hasn't arrived yet. Hang on. I don't think anyone on the internet's seen it.
The video captures the altercation between the San Francisco Giants CEO and his wife at a public park. The short clips posted by TMZ Sports show Larry Baer appearing to pry a cell phone out of his wife Pam's hand as she falls to the ground and he steps over her. With the SFPD questioning witnesses, the video captures the altercation between the San Francisco Giants CEO and his wife at a public park. The short clips posted by TMZ Sports show Larry Baer appearing to pry a cell phone out of his wife Pam's hand as she falls to the ground and he steps over her. With the SFPD questioning witnesses, Bear told the San Francisco Chronicle, "My wife and I had an unfortunate public argument related to a family member, and she had an injured foot, and she fell off her chair in the course of the argument."
Never give up.
Bear, who's also a principal owner of the Giants, said the matter was resolved. But tonight, Major League Baseball says it's looking into the incident. Just last season, MLB suspended star Addison Russell for 40 games after domestic violence allegations, which he denied. Tonight, witnesses tell NBC News the couple, who have 4 children, were in a heated fight before the altercation. Bear calls the, quote, squabble embarrassing while police investigate. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
I know she was tweeting some dude, and she was probably in the middle of a sex chat, and he wanted to take a look at the sex chat. You can imagine that happening with your wife, right? You're going, I hope not, Dave. Yeah, well, I'm sure you have a hidden camera hovering over your wife's bed while she's tweeting, so you can see if she's tweeting her lover online. How many of you have lost your lover to somebody online? Press 1. How many of you lost somebody to, a casual internet mix-up, and all of a sudden your wife or boyfriend is on their way to somewhere else? You're lucky. Good for you. So far, nobody. Whew. That used to be a phenomenon in the 1990s. Well, it was his phone. Maybe she was looking at it. Yeah. He's having the affair. Exactly. That's what I think. You're reading the body language correct. Are you a forensic scientist, by any chance? Do you work at some sort of a CSI Miami show? You look like somebody who'd be on this show. Yeah. I don't know. There's something about it. The look of David Caruso. Hey, Friday night is a good time to talk about some unnatural deaths that have occurred. We are going to show you a story that is pretty sad. I am going to show it to you now. Wrong. Let's get this up. This beautiful Playboy model, and this is a very serious story, just passed away. Excuse the pasties. Big Brother contestant found dead after uncovering VIP pedophile ring. The body of a former Big Brother contestant who claimed that she had evidence of a VIP pedo ring has been found naked in bed, dead. Natasha Jate claimed to have evidence about a number of well-known politicians abusing children. Jate, 41, said after her claims she had been receiving death threats and was the victim of rape. The model's naked body was found in a bed at a private house party in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She's believed to have gone to the party with friend Raul Duarte to meet the owner of a property rented out for private parties. Oh yeah, who would want to hang out with Raul Duarte? Sounds like a real nice guy, but look at those abs. What a waste of a life. Man, was something. Man, poor lady. Anyways, autopsy results showed she suffered multiple organ failures with cocaine residue found in her nose. So it's possible she was beaten to death. But reports claim her death was possibly caused by consuming alcohol and cocaine. So it could have been alcohol that could kill you too. And her lawyer and brother have told local media her death may have been a murder. Now, she said that she would not commit suicide because she said this stuff is so serious. While investigating pedophile rings, Jate specifically said she would never commit suicide. She added that if she wound up dead, it would be perpetrated by the people she accused. Local media reported 3 other people left the scene before police arrived. So people left the scene, which means somebody knew something. Yeah, thank you. Glad to share that. She must have known something, yeah. That's my take on it. And then another sad story for a lady. Here she is. This is another tragic story. We don't know what happened here. skeleton drug addict? No. Yeah, this is another person, Sheridan. Yeah, she's an actress who played in CSI Miami. Lisa Sheridan, Miami invasion star, found dead at age 44 at home in New Orleans. What a beautiful woman to lose her life. Wow, tragic. Okay, the TV star was found dead at home in New Orleans on Monday, her manager confirmed last night. Wow. We all love Lisa very much and are devastated by the loss we all feel. She passed away Monday morning at home in her apartment in New Orleans. We are waiting for a coroner's report of death. He also denied initial suggestions the actress took her own life. The family has unequivocally confirmed that this is not a suicide. Any suggestion to the contrary is absolutely 100% unfounded. She had been living with her soulmate, engaged. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna. Yeah, she was beautiful. We don't know what caused the death was. So anyway, there you have it. And Donald Trump did not achieve world peace and nuclear disarmament. Failure of massive proportions. Even though it wasn't even talked about by his team, they didn't even have anything planned. They're calling it, a bad lack of opportunity, or in case Donald didn't sign anything, he walked away from the agreement. So he said it wasn't good for him. It wasn't good for him. Well, that's because you didn't give him a reach around, Donald. I mean, seriously. Yeah. Everyone knows you have to give every world leader, especially mass murderers like Kim Jong-un, a reach around when making negotiations. No, I think she's dead. I think there are a lot of these people who are telling the truth. Like, look at Kate Spade. Kate Spade's husband, Andy Spade, was appearing with a rat mask or a mouse mask from the movie Rescuers, a Disney movie about abductions of children. Now, why is this guy wearing a rat mask the day after she died?
Spade's husband is hiding his grief in a mouse mask. 2 days after Kate's shocking suicide, Andy Spade left his Manhattan apartment wearing the bizarre mask. Photographers surrounded him and expressed sympathy as Spade appealed for privacy.
Okay, so he's wearing a rat. This is David Spade's brother. Okay, Andy Spade. You know David Spade from Saturday Night Live fame? Andy Spade's wearing a rat mask. Well, why would he be doing that when, and by the way, you'll notice that the rat mask has a red scarf around it. When Kate Spade, the fashion designer, purse designer, died, she was strangled with a red scarf. And the day after, her husband's appearing with a rat mask on. I mean, come on. Kate Spade was probably an insider, was going to talk about, rat out the Clintons. That's what I think. Was ready to talk about all the different sort of details of the Clintons' secret shenanigans with the Clinton Foundation and the Haitian money. Now, Kate Spade was one of the largest investors of that money. That's right. Thank you. You recognize what I'm talking about. Good. At least somebody's listening. Thank you, Wonder Years and True Blue. But that's suspicious. And then also, right near this time, thank you. Right near this time, Anthony Bourdain had been tweeting that Hillary Rodham Clinton, or HRC operatives, he said, quote unquote, were harassing him. And Anthony Bourdain died right after that. So HRC operatives are harassing him, and then he dies, and there's no investigation. And I might want to add that there's not one single case of a suicide investigation in America where we actually see the feet dangling. So how do we know these people are really suiciding? If their feet aren't dangling, come on, that's garroting. These people are being literally choked to death from behind. Just like John Benet Ramsey allegedly died. But they never found her body. Or at least the Boulder Police Department never revealed any evidence that she died. Or somebody was paid off or something. So why not talk about the JonBenet Ramsey theory? Why not, Dave? You're playing with pretty heavy stuff here. Well, there's a theory that JonBenet Ramsey is actually Katy Perry, and their parents are a match too. Yeah, this is kind of amazing. Let's take a look. We're off and running. This is a very interesting conspiracy theory that JonBenet she continued living and went on to become Katy Perry. And Katy Perry's her name, she admits is false. It's not a real name. Well, look at her parents. That's like a really interesting match between their faces. Yeah, but the faces of JonBenet and Katy Perry are really identical. And if you do facial progression and for time elapsed, you will see that this is exactly how JonBenet would look if she were a young lady or, well, Katy Perry. It's just amazing. Isn't that an interesting theory? And both of those parents of JonBenet are dead. But Katy Perry's parents are living. I don't know about you, but that looks like a perfect makeover to me. Exact bone structure right down to the... Of course, their parents would look similar. Anyway, good theory, huh? Oh, come on. They don't... You can't tell... Oh, wow. Poor people. They don't have the visual capabilities I possess. I don't like churros. It's full of empty white flour, genetically modified, and causes expansion of the colon and eventual death. But you're already dead, Juan Gabriel. What do you care? Yeah. Juan Gabriel, everybody, he comes in the show he's inside of a casket, and he somehow is able to go online and chat. Scissorfight says a government study vaccinated caused measles outbreaks, glyphosate in food, vaccines, even tampons. Wow. So these measles outbreaks are being caused by the vaccines. That happened in South Carolina with the mumps vaccine a couple months ago.
Hi, everybody. It is March. Already, March 1, 2019, government
Yippee.
research confirms measles outbreaks are transmitted by the vaccinated. This was posted yesterday. Thank you, Waking Times, for posting this and reminding everybody that there was a government study and they found that measles outbreaks are caused by those who get that MMR.
Wow.
Not the unvaccinated, but the vaccinated crowd.
Wow, that's a real mind blower. And people are spreading more and more viruses by getting vaccinated. And the government wants us to spread viruses when they tell you to get vaccinated. It's weird. It's like, why are they doing this? It's not like we're going to stop the flu virus by rapidly sending glyphosate and Roundup through our bloodstream. Yeah, I think it is covered by the Fourth Amendment when someone sticks you with a needle, Hello? The needle stickers. Yeah, I would definitely defend you with the Fourth Amendment. Protecting your own private property like your body? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Carbon monoxide is killing public housing residents, but HUD doesn't require detectors. Wow. CBS News. NBC News.
When single mother Kintera Johnson and her 3 children went to bed, they never thought men in hazmat suits would wake them up.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
Nope. And I'm just wondering, it got to be something serious because they're at everybody's store.
The fire department said deadly carbon monoxide gas had been flowing through her children's bedrooms and this entire public housing complex in Columbia, South Carolina.
We could have woke up and the whole community could have been gone, just wiped out.
It all started January 16th with 2 911 calls from this building. One caller bleeding from his ears.
911 was mentioned.
The next day, Calvin Witherspoon Jr. and Derek Roper were found dead. Soon, more than 400 residents were evacuated. The fire chief said there were no carbon monoxide detectors in the whole complex, but
all 244 units had no carbon monoxide. That's terrible. Well, we better get on that. These Democrats are not accountable, and neither the Republicans. They just don't want to bother doing. They just want to collect their salary. Yeah, I had a lady call in our radio show one time, and she said, "I make $90,000 a year, Whitey. What do you make? And I never ever heard her call back. She never called back again. She had one of those civil service jobs. Well, I don't mind being called Whitey. It's okay. Many black people call me Whitey or honky or whatever other expletive that they want to use. It's perfectly okay. Juan, please go back in the casket. You're tweeting too loud from inside the grave. Juan Gabriel, everybody, tweeting from inside the grave. Carbon dioxide detectors are mandatory for landlords to install and have maintained functionality. Ja, das ist richtig. Und in Germany, it is required to have detectors of all kinds. After all, you're in the Nazi concentration camp now, you just don't realize it. You're not going to believe this. You're living in Prison Planet. This Real Estate 101. Breaking exclusive video, Kim Jong-un saving the world. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Okay, somebody's laughing. Okay, wait. It's better with sound? Okay, let's do the sound. There's no sound. There's no video. This is one of these April Fools. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's play that again. That's sacrilegious. I cannot allow that. I'm sorry. That's just derogatory toward our president. And where did he land anyway? Well, thank you very much. Well, let me David, please, we talked about the Pope. Tell him, thank him for prosecuting Cardinal Pell, and demoting Cardinal McCarrick. But it's time to analyze 500 to 1,000 priests in America who are allegedly touching little altar boys. Dave, you have allowed this chat to be filled with trolls that are many names and MIs. How just tells you to play videos, so and just do tape top, put up, Dave chat. Rex, are you unable to realize that you just have to say the word, man, and tell me who you want to ban? I asked you, man. I asked you exactly who to ban, man. Thank you, Pope. And by the way, insofar as your effort to enlighten the many Catholics as to the dangers of these horrible men, you have elevated yourself to a higher place on the mantle of God's little special place. Yes, he will see you a little differently now, Pope Francis. A little bit better than before. Oh, I'm no one in particular. I'm just the right-hand man. Here to talk to you humans. We need to get accountability. How come Trump has not prosecuted her? Yes, these are just the views of Mr. Right. You see, I've analyzed the yin and the yang of the papal ministry, and I've determined that they have to give out more positives now to make up for the years of the Inquisition. Let's not forget the many people that they burned at the stake for believing we're a round planet. You gotta wonder if the new tribunals of the future, comprised of Trump-tards who believe in flat Earth, will be sitting around going, there is no proof of a spherical Earth. You have no proof at all. The Lord has spoken. Yeah, the day may come. It's called the de-evolution process. We're right in the thick of it. We couldn't be more in the middle of a de-evolution process with a president that just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Yeah. He thinks he can make money. He makes $90 million from the White House, right over here. Right outside his window, he looks at his Trump Tower, and he made $90 million on people getting rooms there thinking that they'd get closer to the president. Total violation of the Emoluments Clause. and a total violation of the conflict of interest laws that are constructed to keep him from doing that. And we've got people that are taking forever in Congress to get to the bottom of this. Yeah, they're finally going to try to work out a subpoena to get his tax records. Why didn't Mueller get his tax records for the past... Robert Mueller, why didn't he do his job and get his tax records for the past 10 years or 12 years? Mueller looked like he was after scapegoating various people. Michael Flynn, scapegoat. Roger Stone, scapegoat. Countless others that were targeted with minor felonies, scapegoats. Robert Mueller has done nothing to advance the case of conspiracy to collude with Russia. Nothing. And without a thorough investigation of those tax returns, he didn't do his job. So I'm beginning to wonder if Robert Mueller is the one we should be investigating in the next trial. The next effort, because this won't be enough. No. Remember, he's the guy who signed off on the 9/11 Commission report and said, oh, it could never have been a demolition. Oh, no. No way, no. There were no explosions there. No, of course 9/11 had no explosions. Right, sure. That's why Building 6 of the World Trade Center complex had a massive blowhole in the middle of it. Let me show you. Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen, the blowhole in the middle of the building. Yes. It's the blowhole. Yeah, check this out. That is a massive bomb in the middle of Building 6. You couldn't, how would nothing, no plane landed on it? That looks just like Oklahoma City bombing. And you know, we still haven't found a way who these people did this. We still haven't found out who did this. I was only pro Mueller when he was trying to do his job. But now maybe he does work for Russia, yeah. You know, things change. Your OCD doesn't go away, though. Yeah. This poor guy has OCD so bad. His name is Melko, and he's been harassing us for 6 years. His grandpa came in and said the guy's got serious OCD disorder. He's autistic in the OCD spectrum. He has to walk around in circles 15 times before he takes a bowel movement, religiously. You can only imagine how that must take forever. Come on, man, you're using the bathroom. Okay, one of the things will be agree on 9/11. Well, thanks, Rex. You sobered up enough to tell me what you like to talk about. Thank you. Dr. Colostomy. Well, the dreaded AOC syndrome is popular. The world is stricken with AOC syndrome. The Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez syndrome. That would be worse than anything except the dreaded Obama gayness. It's spreading. Ever since Obama wrote his book about how he lusted after his professor, you know, after he left office, Obama has become the talk of the town all around the world. Yeah. People think that he's quite the guy. Well, he's gay. Obama never told anybody, but he's gay. I know it's hard to understand, but you were lied to. I know. It's difficult, especially when you were lied to. I was looking for a link. Okay. Boom. Eeny, meeny, miny, link. Oh, well, go back to the flip-flopping. I mean, why not just harp on Donald Trump? Well, you know, Ocasio is in her own way, she's considered very attractive among people that like that look. Yeah. Have you seen her workout video? She's pretty up and coming. I mean, she's out there sprinting around, doing jumping jacks. Yeah. Well, it's, please, I mean, to call her a donkey is just an outrageous insinuation. It hurts. And all the Latinas in the world are going to be saying, you're racist. Now, if you have the belief that this is a conspiracy, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a bullshit analyzer. Never forget that. Thank you. Get with the program. You know, what's going on with Ocasio really is she is a woman who has been elevated to the highest level of her own incompetence. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of people who reach a certain point where they become multimillionaires, acting like bubbles. Yeah, this guy's worth multi-millions in comedy, and they just grabbed a videotape and started acting out and drinking and having fun, and voila, multi-millionaire. Exactly. But you know he gets migraine headaches from wearing those Coke bottle glasses. They're actually hard on his eyes. That's what I heard. My glasses are much more protected. Yeah, I'm still looking for Ocasio here. His wife is a bad type of man. Ooh, I like that. Hey, have you heard of this conspiracy theory? The gun control guy, David Hogg, may very well be Adam Lanza. You came back again, Melko. You are such a funny guy. None of these people realize that I own the airwaves. They can only peck away thinking they're going to get anywhere. Well, Dr. Colosmy, your fetishes are not welcome here. Talking about urination rights in our show on Friday night is a big taboo. But yeah, don't they look alike? I think Adam Lanza may very well be David Hogg. No one really knows anything about David Hogg. He's an actor. He's not an actor. He was 3 miles away from Parkland shooting when it happened, and he was right there when it happened. He said both of those things. He read off a script, cue cards. I mean, if the Democrats want to push gun control, why don't they just stick a gun up their ass and, get off on it and control that gun, but don't hurt themselves. They wouldn't want to fire anything. Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. I forgot it was Friday night. Make sure it's lubricated and unloaded. Never, ever play with a weapon in a sexual manner. Everything I said has been stricken from the record. All right, well, this has been really fun, but not that fun. Holy crap, Dave. Why do you have my Messiah on the screen flip-flopping? I can't handle my Messiah being on the screen. So let's review the news again. It's always fun to talk about the snooze. And today we have a big story. Trump was absolutely right in ending the Vietnam summit talks because Vietnam is over. We no longer are at war in Vietnam. So I think that was a good reason to end the Vietnam summit talks, don't you? I don't know. I was never at 3 Mile Island. I know the Democrats in New York are really pushing hard for the New World Order, pushing that gun control. Yeah. But according to a North Korean defector, Trump was absolutely right in ending Vietnam. Trump didn't even talk about denuclearization with Kim Jong-un. He didn't even mention it because he didn't know how to pronounce the word denuclearization. We have yet to hear Donald Trump use that word. It's a big word. There's a lot of syllables. It's very hard to articulate sometimes. David John Sponheim does that very well. It was no quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. We're just doing voices from the past. Voices from the past. Da, 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 da. Well, at least we don't have a vacillating person who doesn't make decisions quickly like Barack Obama. We've got a person who has no clue making decisions. That's the allotted time I can play that. We've got... Dave, you should have been better to me. Why? What did I do to you, Rex? You've been drinking. Do you really expect me to treat you that way? You remind me a little of Larry Sinclair and Barack Obama in the back of a limousine.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Why did no one investigate this guy? I mean, come on. He went out of his way to say that Barack Obama had sex with him and did crack cocaine, the Gurnee, Illinois, whatever. Hey, have you made a big mistake feeling it now? How did I make a mistake, Rex? Is that a threat? Boy, you are not a very nice drunk, are you, Rex? Donald, epically bad week. Yes. Epically. He's epically bad. Now let's take a look at Jake.
This has been the story of Donald and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad week.
Democrats are furious and threatening to subpoena documents from the White House after reports that President Donald Trump overruled his intelligence community and demanded a top-secret security clearance for his son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
After many, many denials by the president himself and the White House, we now learn, well, actually, the president did intervene and did order his chief of staff, General Kelly, to provide a security clearance for his son-in-law. I would love to see Mr. Kelly come before our committee.
Both Chief of Staff John Kelly and White House counsel Don McGahn wrote memos outlining Trump's demand in May of 2018, according to the New York Times and the Washington Post. Though the president has the legal authority to grant clearance, he and his family have denied that he was involved, including in this January exchange with the Times.
I know that there was issues back and forth about security for numerous people, actually, but I don't want to get involved in that stuff.
The president.
Now it became clear that he did get involved in it, and he did try to get Kushner reinstated. I remember when H.R. McMaster pulled his plug, and then right away Donald Trump got him reinstated. Hey, are you having one of those alt-right, revulsive vomiting where you start projectile vomiting when you see the picture of CNN on your screen? It's not uncommon for many of you closeted homosexuals and chicken hawk Republicans to get, a little mini erection when watching CNN. It's perfectly normal. Just stop watching porn. All right. Now back to you in the studio. God. Can't believe what I got to put up with in here. We got Republicans camping out here thinking they're going to hang out in our show and not watch some CNN. Come on, man. CNN is not all fake news, and neither is Fox. Just because Sean Hannity lied about his relationship with Michael Cohen, and he had him as an attorney, and he said he didn't, and we found out from Michael Cohen's judge reveal about a week later that he was his attorney. How can Sean Hannity even draw a paycheck at Fox? I mean, they had to write on the out thing like a stamp, a big liar on the outside of his paycheck. Liar. Oh yeah. Give me a break. But Brian Williams is in the helicopter, and Brian Williams is automatically accused of having lied about the grenades in the helicopter. I mean, he gave up his job at NBC. Or was it ABC? Hey, speaking of people who are in the news, Chris Hansen. Is he in jail or is he out of jail on bail? That's the question. Chris Hansen broke out of jail. Well, he was arrested for $13,000 in bad check writing in January. He may still be in lockup. Remember Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC? To Catch a Predator? I have the chat logs from Perverted Justice, and we're asking you if you had a condom at this meeting. Yeah, I'd like to know how our tax dollars are being used. Yes, Chris Hansen. To catch Predator Chris Hansen was arrested Monday after he allegedly wrote bad checks to a vendor he owed money to. Whoa. Man, you know, I am shocked. Chris Hansen, man. Holy moly, I look a lot like this guy. Yeah, except he's older than I am. Yeah, he's 1 year older than me. All right. We will take my face and paste it on his and see if we have a match. Well, I would hope that he'd get out of lockup pretty soon, because I don't want anyone who looks like me in lockup. Yeah, that could be pretty scary. So what were you doing? I have the chat log of your face, and I'm telling you, you are definitely guilty of something, but we're just not sure what. What happened to innocent until proven guilty, Chris? Boy, what goes around comes around. Isn't that a classic case of the yin-yang biting him in his ass? Yeah, tell me about that. So did you not get your 900,000 bottles of vodka, Kimmy? Boy, poor baby. Kimmy didn't get his 900,000 of vodka, got bottles of vodka that the Russian minister offered to make the deal to meet with Donald Trump. Boy, he must feel like crap, you know? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? I'm talking to you. Are you talking to me? Well, I'd love to talk about all the fun stuff that we would accomplish if we had a president who had the intelligence to resolve problems, but I'm having too much fun talking about this incompetent president who likes to create problems. So think of my fun and the joy of being Dave. I get to respond to myself all day into the evening. Yeah, hi, how are you, Dave? I'm doing great, Dave. Very well, thank you. If only I was a stable genius like Donald Trump.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Well, you know, I feel bad for Rex. He's really having a rough night. Rex, I had no way wanted to ignore you tonight, and I know that a lot of you, like Rex, are upset that some of the T. Rucker people keep filtering back in here. But I'm going to tell you something, Rex, if you're still here. I'm being censored hard by Mark Vaughn. And he only lets the T. Rucker people in here. Anybody else who wants to get in this show from around the world has to hit the refresh button 50 times. So the very fact that you can even come in here without major problems, it's a censorship that's unparalleled going on right now. Yeah, this is Mark pretending that we don't have any viewers, and then a lot of viewers are spilling over into iBlog and talking over there. So we have big backup viewers over there, and it's not like we're worried. But Mark has systematically banned 350 million VPNs from our show, and he admitted it publicly. I mean, that's serious censorship, and I don't know what you guys think is happening, but what really is going on, Rex, is that you get to come in here because you're one of the T. Rucker people, and nobody else can. Mark thinks that he's going to corral me and bring you all the trolls from T. Rucker's room into our show, and then you're supposed to sit there like Ma and Pa toilet bowl head and watch TV and get off on porn. I think that's pretty seriously messed up. Now, if you're a Fox News aficionado who likes some of this, ridiculous Trump porn or whatever the hell they're watching, then you're one of those people. No, Mark hasn't lifted the 24-hour IP ban for chat bans. No, that's a lie. Nope. He is. No, you're out of here. You're the same guy that's been spreading lies earlier. See, he's even got trolls that come in and pitch his BS story. No, I said you were in the T. Rucker room originally at one time, and the only reason you get to come in here, Rex, is because Mark allows all the IPs that were in the T. Rucker room just for fun. Now, I'm not calling you a T. Rucker person, but you have been allowed in against everybody else who can't even get in here. Most people around the world who are watching our chat room cannot even get in and participate because they are IP banned. I'm telling you, that's what's happening. Whether you like it or not, we're facing a huge amount of obstacles in this particular way. And this is an ongoing ban or censorship that's been happening for well over 6 years now. Yeah, and don't worry, be happy. Might have just been a guy who gets in here all the time, and he was from that time period. Mark took a signature, a timestamp of the IPs that were in our room 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. And this guy, this Melco, has been allowed to come in here all the time and come up with new names, and I've been permabanning him. And you can see he keeps coming in here. You don't have any access to my college transcripts. I never threatened you. But you can't access my college transcripts. Nobody can. Well, I want you to know that I'm in charge of this show, whether you like it or not. That's what happens in the world. And karma is a bitch, and you're about ready to get butt spanked. A lot of you trolls who think that you can get through life attacking an innocent man like me who's trying to build a third party against all odds. If you think that this is a big, huge game you're playing, you're going to end up biting the big one. Yeah, I officially have set a mojo out against any bad person who's going to get bad things happen to him. So you know who you are, and you know that you can't keep it up without facing the music, and it's coming like a brick freight train. And when you see it happen in your life and you get hauled into some godforsaken hole and you're wondering why you're sitting around with a bunch of crackheads who are, doing weird things around you, it's because you asked for this. Your lack of credibility, your lack of integrity, going up against my mountain of integrity, and I'm a paragon of virtue. You have basically messed with the wrong guy spiritually. So get ready for facing the reality check of a lifetime, all of you. Yeah, the reality is you can't come in every single few minutes and post crap in here. I just won't allow it. This is a nonstop effort, and we're not going to in any way be phased. You people are foolish for trying to stop a guy who's been doing this every night for the past 10 years without a single night off. You really think you're going to slow me down? I am like a freight train going a million miles a minute. Okay? Thank you. And if you really think that you can just come in here and attack this wonderful show of ours, which nourishes people with community and shared ideas, where you can't find this anywhere else on the internet, you just mess with the wrong group of people, and it'll come back to haunt you. It may not be now, but it'll be eventually when you're all alone in your own little world wondering why you don't have a girlfriend and why you're sitting there playing with your pud and will never get out of that hole that you're living in. And never meet anybody as wonderful as Sarah or I. It's because you made that hole. You dug it by being a troll in this show. No, we're okay. We're just going to, continue listening to these people with their BS. But always remember, this show is an endless process that never stops because, well, for one, it can't stop. And it won't stop. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for our Sustainable Saturday show. Thank you. Take care. Good night.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.